instead of all these other small ones. Should be short.
As long as you move us along.
I'll do my best.
I know you do.
It gets rough and complicated sometimes. Some of your personal feelings can get involved sometimes that shouldn't.
That's just human nature.
There's a lot of feelings involved these days.
Yeah, there's some people that.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
talk.
converting it from a park.
Yeah, there's some people here for that.
You know you're gonna be in a long day when she comes down and looks at your clock.
Yeah. What's up with that?
Oh, better work. You're gonna be busy.
If it doesn't work, I've been practicing saying beep, beep.
Wait for Joanne.
She might be long. We got Diane Reese here and X Mark Days. I say start this with 10:30.
Thank you. I agree.
Respect my time, I respect yours. Yeah,
For the record, Michael has to leave at 1 o'clock if we're not done.
imagine maybe this first meeting, and then after that it should go on. Yeah, my kids want me to like side or something.
All right, you guys ready? All right, you ready, guys? Here we go. Good morning. This is the Citrus County Planning and Development Commission hearing for July the 18th, 2024. If you'd like to join us at this time, I invite you to please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, please give us the grace to be understanding, patient, and tolerant. With these attributes, we can conduct our work in a manner which will be pleasing to Thee, our country, and its residents. In the Lord's name, amen.
Thank you. At this time, for the courtesy of all applicants, board, and those around you, at this time, if you can please place all your cellular devices on mute. And may we get the roll call, please?
The following Planning and Development Commission members are present. Chair Richard Barmez, James Royce, First Vice Chair, David Bramblett, Second Vice Chair, Michael Facemeyer, Robert Shara, Kurt Stone, Timothy Gilbert, Alternate, and School Board Representative Chuck Dixon.
Thank you. If any person decides to appeal any decisions made by the commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she will need a record of proceedings for such purpose. He or she may need to ensure that the verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record includes the testimony, evidence upon the appeal is based. During the public input portions of the meeting, individuals are given 3 minutes, and representatives of an organization is given 5 minutes. When anyone speaking comes to the podium, please complete a yellow form and hand that form to this recording secretary. Those forms can be found at the podium at the front door. Please print your name, address, and the number of the application for which you are speaking on. The yellow forms. If representing an organization, a letter of authorization must accompany the speaker. Comments will be limited to the topics being heard. So please state your name, spell your last name, and give your address for the tape record. Now, at this time, I'm going to open the podium up to the public. If this is an opportunity for you to come forward, address the commission on any issues that you may wish, but this is not the time for the applications that you're going to hear today. So if anybody wants to come and speak, anyone? All right, anyone? It's an opportunity for you. It has nothing to do with the applications. It's just if you have something to address to the commission that you would like to speak on to us, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the applications that you're going to hear today. Any other topic? Anyone? All right, thank you. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting down. We have no minutes to approve. Do we have any staff announcements?
Not at this time, thank you.
Ex parte communications, Madam
morning.
Attorney.
Good morning, Commissioners. You have 6 applications before you today, 5 of which are quasi-judicial. So we'll go ahead and I'll read them into the record. And we need to know whether you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose. The first one is CPA-AA 2024-00004 and DA 2024-00001. Second one is V-2024-00001, CU-2024-0005, AA 2024-0005. Whoa. Okay. CPA AA 2023-0009. I think I forgot a 0 on that one. 4 zeros and a 9. So we'll start at the end with Mr. Shara.
Site visits.
None.
Site visits.
None.
Site visit.
Site visits? None.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Now it's time for application CPA/AA-2024-0004 and DA-2024-00001 for Cardinal Farms. If the applicant come to the podium and get ready as we get the staff introduction, please.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just interrupt
Yes.
quickly. We are combining these applications, if there's no objection from the board. It is the same topic, although development agreement is an entirely different mechanism, but they're the same property and the same project.
Thank you.
There's no objection. Thank you.
I have no objection to that. Thank you.
Thank you. These applications are for a development agreement and a comprehensive plan and atlas amendment on approximately 143 acres. The site lies on the south side of West Cardinal Street in Lecanto and is also in the Cardinal Street Interchange Management Area. The site is currently designated as a agricultural with mobile homes allowed and rural residential with mobile homes allowed, and is proposed to change to GNC and MDR on the LDC Atlas and CMU Cardinal Mixed Use District on the future land use map. This is looking east on West Cardinal Street with the site on the right of this photo. This is looking west on West Cardinal Street. This food pantry lies across West Cardinal Street from the site. The site is currently vacant with some significant slopes. This is the master plan submitted by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for having us, Commissioners. My name is Skip Hudson. I'm representing the project team, the ownership group. I live at 2667 Amber Springs Way in Grand Junction, Colorado. Thank you for having us this morning. We appreciate your service to the county and the time you put into reviewing these extensive packets and site visits and things like that. So thank you. And we appreciate and are honored to be here today to present this project. I do have a brief PowerPoint presentation that I'd like to share with you. And then, of course, we're available for questions and answers. And am I controlling? Or
You can, yes. Use the right arrow and it should work. Is that a PowerPoint? It's a PDF. It's a PowerPoint.
You're pointing towards the,
No, okay. Well, we might have to have her do it then. No problem.
I'll just say next. Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
The numbers on this application are a little dated. They're from 2022, and I saw on your packet that those have been updated and introduced today. So you've got the correct numbers on that.
It's not moving for you either.
Please, IT help.
Yes, thank goodness she's right here. She's our expert. We know who runs this actual meeting.
I have my laptop. I've got an HDMI cable. I've got all kinds of backups just in case.
all right.
Yes, thank you.
Told you she was amazing. Thank you.
I'd just like to introduce our project team, let you know who we are as part of the Cardinal Farms Group, LLC. Like I said, I'm Skip Hudson. I'm a professional engineer. I actually started my career in the Gulf Coast. I had the privilege of doing a project way back in the day where we considered removing the beautiful trees along a road in Floral City. And you can imagine how popular that was at the time, because I think the trees are still there. So I began my career in Florida and worked here for 12 years. We have with us as part of our team some local consultants. We have Paul Gibbs with Community Land Design. Avis Marie Craig has been an advisor. I don't think she's here today. And Daryl Johnson is our legal counsel on the project. So who's Cardinal Farms Group LLC? We have Brad Jones. Brad is fourth generation Gulf Coast. He's lived here his whole life. We have Hamid Ashtari, who has lived and worked here for his entire adult life. And we have Eric Marcus, who has not lived here, but he has done major construction projects around the world, like mines and things like that. So we bring our experience as professionals to this project effort. You already got a briefing, and you all know where this project is, so we'll get through these. Just an image of the IMA showing the strips along Cardinal adjacent to the interchange, and the close-in areas labeled EDTA. We are not in that. We're in the Cardinal mixed-use category, and our project is within this IMA because it's good community planning to put your high-density traffic generators adjacent to transportation nodes like the new Suncoast Parkway and the Cardinal interchange. And that's where density and things like that should appropriately go. So I want to give you a little project history. There's been a lot of rumors, speculation, wondering, we keep hearing stuff about this project and what's been going on. And this has really started in December 2018, where I first got involved in the project, and we created the ownership group. We met with the county in 2019, and we've met with county staff various times over the years to present different ideas, which I'll explain today. And I say thank you to staff for their flexibility and sticking with us as things change. And essentially, when you have a new interstate-like facility going through a rural community, things need to change. And it's tough for you to make decisions, and it's tough for staff to make decisions and recommendations. But in 2019, we were told, wait until we have our comprehensive land use plan. And right after that, the TBRPC finished the Cardinal Street Interchange Land Use Study. And that was the first time they started talking about, what type of community layouts, different options for density around these interchange areas. And then in that fall, we were added to the interchange management area, and we created our first concept plan. And I'll go through the concept plans after this little chronology. We met with the county again, and we were advised to wait until they're done with community meetings for the IMA land uses, which was very helpful because, the county was the first entity to go out and talk with the community and engage, and what does this mean? We've heard about this toll road coming through. What does it mean for us? And the county took the initiative to develop a plan and take that out in public meetings. And then that winter, we developed our second concept plan. Then in early 2020, the county conducts community meetings for the IMA land uses, and county staff presented their land use recommendations in the summer. And then the next year, 2021, that's when the county created the CMU land use category, and it took us into our third version of the concept plan. We met with the county again in the summer, and we were advised to wait until the county was done with the CMU-related comp plan and LDC changes. And these recommendations make perfect sense. We've been asking since day one, what would the county like to see here? And early on and during this time of the project, the answer was, we don't know. We're still working on that. You might be a little ahead of us, so hold your horses a bit. And then the county hires a consultant to create those CMU-related plan changes. And then in 2022, the Cardinal Street interchange opens, and we partnered with a major home builder who assumed control of the project. And then they created Concept Plan 4, which was formally submitted to the county. There was a PDC meeting scheduled, but it never happened. That major home builder withdrew from the project in January of 2023, and we took over as the sole applicant at that point. And then in the fall of 2023, we had an interesting meeting with the county because some of the initial land use regulations and comp plan didn't seem to be consistent with what your group wanted to see or the Board of County Commissioners. In other words, the density was too high, and there was concerns about buffering and compatibility. So we met with the county, and I had come to the conclusion that the way the codes were, it was kind of a trap. If we met some requirements, we couldn't meet other requirements. And county staff agreed. In fact, they had started working on some modifications to those documents at that time. So the county, we met with the county, and there was an agreement that the timing of the code changes would align with a parallel review of a downsized Cardinal Farms project. I'll get into a little more detail on that in a minute. But that led to January 2024, where we submitted the downsized concept plan version 5. And at the same time, this parallel track, the county commission agrees to send the comp plan changes to state for review. And then in May, we revised our plan again, downsized it even more, version 6, to just purely a residential type project, and formally submitted that to the county. And here we are today at the PDC meeting. So what are these versions I've been referencing? So the first version, like I said, we want to fill needs that the county has, and we identified 2 of those. One was beaches. It's a Gulf Coast community with very few beaches, so we thought, let's provide some beaches. Let's provide some apartments and things like that.
If you can, please stop the chatter out in the audience, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So we had something called a Crystal Lagoon. They have one of these in Pasco County. You may be familiar with it. And in fact, we proposed 2 lagoons for this concept. The next version showed 1 lagoon with a lot of high-density land use around it. Then in May 2021, we scrapped the lagoon idea. There were some logistical issues with that and some public concern about impacts to groundwater and things like that. So we listened and removed that feature. And then in May 2021, we had this high-density mixed-use plan. And then August 2022, this was when the home builder was involved and a high-density mixed use that we submitted to the county. And then in January of this year, we downsized the intensity a bit, and I'll get into that in a minute as well. And then ended up being more of what I'm calling a medium density project. Now, these labels on density are relative. If you live in downtown New York City, high density and low density means something different than in Citrus County. Then we went on to the current proposal that's on the table in May and June, which is a low to medium density residential only, and that's where we're at today. So what do I mean by project downsizing? One way to measure project impacts is by traffic volumes and what's called project trip generation. And that's kind of my specialty. I'm a transportation and traffic engineer. So what this shows is the size of the project in terms of PM peak hour project trips. So these are vehicles per hour that the project would generate and put on the adjacent roadway system. And you can see the early versions, the high-density mixed-use resorts had upwards of 2,000 vehicles an hour generated by those projects. And then as we went on with version 3 and 4, we moved into just a high density and brought those projections for PM peak hour traffic down. And then version 5, it was another more drastic reduction, which leads us to where we are today with version 6, this low to medium density residential. So we have reduced from a transportation perspective, which matches other things like sewer impact, water impact, things like that. So it's kind of a measure of community impact. We reduced the community impact by 75% on this project. We've kind of whittled it down, understanding that compatibility is important to this board and the Board of County Commissioners and things like that. So we've been through this. We've been through this. So let's talk a little bit about recent changes to county requirements. And this is that parallel track to the land use application process we're going through. So this is a strike through of the county code that staff provided. But the main thing here is there's two main parts of this that affect what our proposal is today. The first is that there was a requirement that had a minimum density of 6 units per acre. In other words, we had to do at least 6 units per acre. And that range actually went out to 20 units per acre. So, we had to meet that. The other requirement was that for every single family house we built, we had to build a corresponding apartment. It was a 50-50 match type thing. If we built 300 homes, we needed 300 apartments. And some of the earlier versions of our plan, showed that. So, what does that look like in terms of density? Here's a comparison. On the far right side is actually the density at 20 units per acre. And we were almost up to 3,000 units if we had proposed that kind of project. We never did propose anything that dense. We proposed something closer to what's in the middle at the current required minimum, which is still today the current required minimum of 6 dwelling units per acre. And that gets us, well close to 900 units for the entire project on this 150 acres. The last change we made in the current version for consideration today is our density is down to 4.2 dwelling units per acre, and we're at 600 is our current proposal. So, by the code as it stands, we would have had to do either of the two things on the right. We're proposing something less than that. So, how does that work? Well, I don't know. I'm sure some of you remember the great Wayne Gretzky, one of the greatest hockey players of all time. But one of his famous quotes is, "A good hockey player skates to where the puck is. A great hockey player skates to where the puck is going to be." So our goal is to, as the county is considering changes to the CMU land use category, that we're proposing a project that will match that future change. So there's a little risk there. Usually you don't want to submit something that doesn't meet the current code, but it makes a lot of sense in this case. So here's our current proposal. This has 400 single-family residential detached units, your typical subdivision homes. And then it's got a combination of attached housing units, 52 duplexes, and 148 townhomes in various places. And you can see where those are from the color coding and the legend. Typically, what happens is you put the more high density up closer to the roadway and the lower density in the back. The green areas represent the open space and amenities. We do propose a park And this is not a public park. This wouldn't be something the county's responsible for. It would be more HOA type maintenance and responsibility. The landscape buffers, I'll get into that in a little more in a minute. The drainage retention areas are in the blue. I will mention that this is a conservative estimate of the size of these DRAs, mostly because our preliminary calculations didn't account for groundwater percolation, which is huge in this area. And we are retaining 100% of the stormwater runoff on our property. In other words, we're not detaining it and then discharging it somewhere else. We're keeping it all on site. So just some key features in terms of buffering. We're proposing a 25-foot landscape buffer, a type C per the county code on all sides of the project. 20% open space, which ends up being 28 acres. I mentioned the stormwater runoff. For recreation, we have internal sidewalks and a multi-use path, or paths that wind its way through the project. Along the north side on Cardinal Street, we're proposing a 5-acre property dedication for the Cardinal right-of-way. This would be 150 feet wide, entirely on our side of the highway. So measuring from the existing north right-of-way line to the south 150 feet would give the county what they need for future widening of Cardinal Street. The timing of that is unknown, and how that gets done, that's part of the future process, but that's a commitment we're willing to make today to provide that property. We'll just figure out the best way to do it as we go. So in terms of buffering, we're proposing the wider lots, the less dense land uses along the south and the east property lines to provide a little more buffering in addition to the landscape buffer that I mentioned before. And the park, I'd mentioned a private central park amenity. The plan includes development standards, and we're not going to go through these right now. We're certainly going to be here to answer questions on this level of detail. But you can see from the upper right where we have the lower density single family detached in yellow, and as you work your way down, it gets a little more intense and dense to the lower right, and then to the left, which shows, the attached townhome type part of the project. These are just some examples from other well-known home builders. We're not committing that this is exactly what things would look like, but it gives you an idea of what does a townhome look like. So the important thing for this board is consistency with the comp plan and other parts of the code. We do have a development agreement that we've been working on. It was included in your package as a red line, and that would provide many of the details about compliance with the comp plan. But in general, we're meeting the open space requirements when considering the drainage areas. The multimodal requirements are met, and we're also dedicating that Cardinal Street right-of-way. Utility service provided by Central County Central Water and Sewer Services. As you know, they've been building some new facilities on Cardinal Street. The proposed land uses are all allowed in the CMU, and a mix of residential housing types is proposed to accommodate people at all different stages of their life. Bigger, more separate, detached, single family, all the way through townhomes. So in general, relatively speaking, this would be a compact development. Not as compact as 20 units per acre would have been, that's for sure, but for a residential, it's relatively compact. We would create places for community engagement. It would include efficient and safe traffic circulation systems, short block lengths, and the buffers that we propose exceed the required buffer in the code. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm available for questions now or wherever else that may fit within your agenda.
I think we have staff have any questions?
I just wanted to clarify the development agreement, and you kind of touched on it. They have the red line version, but you had that was actually incorporating both your comments and staff comments, so you had no arguments with the development agreement as proposed, correct?
No comments or changes on the development agreement as proposed.
For what they have. Thank you.
Yeah, and we've been working with staff on that back and forth, we're comfortable with the commitments and the conditions in that DA right now.
Yeah, one of the exhibits has the conditions. It's a little unusual for you, but I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for the applicant?
I have one.
Commissioner Bramlett.
You may or may not know, but in your studies of that traffic in that particular area, do you know what the traffic on Cardinal was prior to the interchange being instituted and completed for the 589 and what it currently is? Like, do you know what the traffic count is out there right now without this project there?
Well, the overall requirement for a traffic study is that at this point in the development review process, that we would prepare what's called a traffic study methodology. And that basically outlines the assumptions we would make related to traffic growth rates, like you're asking what would happen in the future, traffic growth rates, study area, a lot of the base assumptions and formatting and analysis procedures that would be used in the actual traffic study. So I actually prepared a full traffic study, but then the county was more comfortable with that not being submitted yet because there could be minor changes to the project as we go through this process. So we've got an approved traffic study methodology from the county, but I have that information, but I need to get my computer if you want that much detail, or I can speak to it in general terms.
No, just general terms is fine.
In general, Cardinal Street's a low-volume rural road right now, as it stands, and this is from standard traffic engineering definitions of high-volume roads. It's not Highway 19, for example, and Highway 19 has had a long history and a lot of traffic and growth on it because it's really for a long time was the main north-south corridor in western Florida. Excuse me. So in general, right now it's a low volume. It was challenging coming up with the future traffic volume projections, and we worked with the MPO, who is the local entity that works with FDOT, and FDOT has a statewide transportation model that takes into account all the land uses that local governments would be considering over the next 20 years, and they've got a 2045 model. But it's relatively easy to predict growth rates on existing roads, but when you add a new major transportation facility, it changes things so much that it makes it a little bit challenging. But we didn't do that projection. We relied on the FDOT experts to do that, and then we include that in our methodology. The answer is, and I was a little bit surprised about this, is that the need to four-lane Cardinal Street would not happen within the next 20 years, including traffic from our project at the current density we're proposing. Maybe 25, 30 years, it might be approaching that four-lane need. But the bottom line is it's not a major thoroughfare in terms of length. It connects Highway 19 to the Suncoast now, but there isn't major destinations on the east and west sides of it. So more of the traffic is north-south on the two major roads the three major roads that are there now. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I don't see a need to four-lane Cardinal for a while. And I will add that the MPO agrees. They've got a tiered funding system. I think it's 7 tiers. And Cardinal Street is a Tier 7 project on the priority list. In other words, it's part of the vision, but it's certainly not within a part of the plan that's funded to happen over the next 5 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Shara.
Good morning. You identified you have a proposed cardinal widening setback area. You've identified it in a crosshatch.
Can you
Is
speak
that-
in your microphone, please?
I'm sorry. Is the area you identified on your drawing, is that your estimate, or is that in reference to county requirements?
That's a county standard for the functional classification of that road.
And that's based on the Tier 7 road you're just...
Well, the Tier 7 is more of a funding mechanism. The actual look of the four-lane road is a county standard. The 150 feet would accommodate a rural section, meaning not a compact curb, gutter, and sidewalk type alignment. We would provide for all those facilities either with a multi-use path or something on Cardinal Street as part of our project. But the 150 feet would provide for 4 lanes in each direction with an open median ditch and ditches on the side.
In your proposal, are there sidewalks included inside this community and also along Cardinal?
Yes, there's sidewalks and multi-use paths proposed throughout the project. They don't show up that great on this plan. They're kind of thin red lines, so you can't see. But we've got them winding through the whole project. I will add, just as you know, that all these roads would be internally owned and maintained by the association, not the county. The county decided a year or so ago that owning roads may not be in their best interest. So we would not be asking the county to add more road miles to their system for maintenance.
Is your proposal phased?
Well, it'll certainly happen in phases. One of the reasons we took the commercial out and stuck with the residential is we have a lot of interested parties that want to partner with us to build residential product. So, phasing for that kind of stuff would be determined, when we get past this step. We've been waiting for 5 years to get a concept approval so we can start answering questions like that. The phasing would likely start with, development along the south side and east side, unless there was a market demand for the higher density units up front. But it would be phased. I just can't tell you what the phasing plan would be.
If your proposal is approved, I'll hold that.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dixon,
You have multiple home builders.
speak in your mic, please.
Yeah, you have multiple home builders that are looking at different parts of this project.
Well, we'd be looking to someone to partner for the whole project.
But you don't have that yet,
No, that they would wait till we get through this step in the process.
because I just want to throw something out there that the school board has 20 acres in Sugar Mill Woods that is water and sewer, and we would be interested in possibly trading that 20 acres for 20 acres in this project, if that's something that you would consider.
Well, we're open to consider anything that would serve the community, so we could definitely have those discussions and see what that looks like a little more logistically and financially and things like that.
I was just thinking from a traffic standpoint, that might solve part of your problem, because that would generate less traffic, and that would solve a lot of our problem with the areas that are growing in the county.
Yeah, because what you're suggesting is that, school trips, if there was an internal school site here, a 20-acre site here, all the school trips from this project would happen as what we call internal capture.
Right.
They wouldn't go on Cardinal Street and over to 19 and down to Sugar Mill Woods or, however they wanted to get there. So, yeah, that's a good point.
Is that something that could be built into the comp plan amendment if it were to become possible? Or is that something that would have to come back later?
It's going to depend on where it is and how much it impacts. We may have to come back to the PDC. We'll have to talk about it.
Paul, what was the size of that park? Can you remember?
Less than 4 acres.
Okay. So I was thinking, maybe half of that, could be dedicated, but, that's much smaller than 20 acres that you're talking about.
Yeah, the school would be good next to a park.
Yeah, so there might be something where we could swap out the north end of that park as a community benefit and put a school in and still have some of the park, so.
I'd like to talk about that if you're interested.
Absolutely.
I have a quick question.
Commissioner Royce.
Top right, DRA, there seems to be that piece of property that's, I think, not yours. What is it, DRA or somebody else's property, and it's also going through the buffer? I don't know what it is.
Yeah, this gets a little bit complicated, but I can explain it. There's an existing DRA. If you see the notch in the cross-hatching along Cardinal Street, that's because the county owns that property, and they own a little notch of property where the DRA is. That's currently county-owned property for an existing drainage retention area. But what we're proposing is that as part of the dedication of the Cardinal Street right-of-way all along, we would obtain ownership of that little notch in the DRA, and we would include all the highway drainage into our drainage system. So it's just cleaning up a little notch of county property into our property.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Shara.
Coming back to the, if your proposal's approved, what is the timeline that you would envision that all 600 units would be built within?
Well, that would depend more on market absorption rate, but I can tell you that these major home builders are chomping at the bits to get started now. And they would build to match the market absorption. So it's hard for me to project that at this point.
Well, realistically, in the industry, what is a normal timeline, assuming, your approval is submitted or your application is approved and you go through the engineering and design and actual construction? What should we anticipate?
It's really hard to tell, but, if we assumed, 50 units a year, that's 12 years. And I don't know how, and I don't know, Paul, if you have a sense on absorption.
It depends on the development. Some do close to 100 units a year, but 50 is probably reasonable.
So 5 to 10 years.
I'm sorry, y'all are gonna have to get up to the microphone
Okay.
if you're gonna talk, otherwise we're not gonna get it on the recording, please.
Okay, so the answer was from the planner that, some projects do 50 units a year in terms of market absorption. Others do up to 100. And, this isn't the only player in town. There's other residential units available in the county, so that's why it gets complicated to project that now, what that absorption rate would be. But as a rule of thumb, I could say 5 to 10 years to build out.
Thank you.
All right, I have a question for you. You said that a mixed residential housing type is proposed to accommodate various citizens' needs. But I didn't see anything in your package that has affordable housing or attainable housing. It's just all for-profit housing. Did I miss something there, or can you explain what various citizens' needs are?
Well, various citizens' needs are the different types, square footages, convenience and flexibility. Someone, could go through various stages in their life and stay within this project. They might have a young family now and they live in the single-family detached portion. And then as that family grows and the kids move out, you might be interested in a duplex, and then something a little less maintenance intensive would be the townhome. So that's what we meant by accommodating different needs of the community. We are definitely open to the discussion about attainable or affordable housing. That's not always a popular option for the adjacent property owners, but we certainly understand that concept and know why it's important for a community. We haven't had those discussions with planning staff yet, but we'd certainly be willing to have those.
With all the construction that's going on, with all the new targets, et cetera, it's definitely a need that this county needs now. So it would be greatly appreciated from the citizens that are, especially the homeless citizens who are working for minimum wage and can't afford the housing that's available to them today in our county. So thank you for considering that.
Yes, sir. I agree with you 100% on that. There's a huge need, and it's nationwide.
Okay. Any other questions by the commissioners? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, commissioners.
And we get the staff introduction, please.
Good morning. All right, so as discussed, this is a dual application. Just very quick, for a development agreement, that is an entire chapter in Florida statutes. They're kind of a give and take in some ways, and I am not an attorney. I'm not pretending to be one, so understand I'm coming at it from a planner viewpoint. But we use those when there's a land use change that also has some moving parts as far as infrastructure, roads or utilities, for example. The racetrack on the corner of 491 and 44 had a development agreement because 491 was under construction and utilities were being put in. So it encompasses everything. So that's why development agreements are helpful. The Walmart on 491 and 46 as well had one. And the developer for Tuscany Farms has said he wants to come back with one. That makes sense because it encompasses a land use change and all the infrastructure. So that's why there's two applications here. You have the development agreement in red line. You've heard the applicant. I wanted to make it clear that it's not that common that we're coming to you with no representatives from engineering and utilities here, because all of their comments have been met. So I'm very happy to tell you that. That red line development agreement that you have in your packet with those conditions are satisfactory to both of those departments, and that's very good. All right, so this is the aerial of the site. It is very vacant. The picture showed some trees. There really isn't a lot of trees there, at least in this area, but some of our areas are dated. And this is the current zoning. Sorry, I'll go back one. There was some discussion about the DRA. That is that very small notch up there in the right-hand corner. That is county DRA, and as you discussed, there is some provisions in here that if they can work it out with engineering, we would love to have them take that over and expand that DRA for their project. So surrounding them are some somewhat large lots. They're rural residential with mobile homes. You've got a mix of mobile homes and houses, some farm areas, and some vacant land. So that was why there was a concern originally. You saw the very first applications that they proposed, very high density. This is an interchange management area that did go to the county commission, and they did transmit the interchange management area after this board worked so hard on revising those. They did appear to agree with this board on no minimum density. I'm happy about that. And they also appeared to agree that you don't have to force them into multifamily or commercial. And that's also something this applicant has taken advantage of. Now, the commission has not adopted those yet. The hearing is in a few weeks on August 6th with the board. Assuming they adopt it, then this project can follow through. They're planning on going to the commission about a month later. All right, so here's the proposal that's being considered for you now. I'm sorry, this is the prior proposal. This is where they had the mixed use and multifamily area, and about 625 homes, some multifamily and some single family. And now they're proposing 600, but it's just single family. You did hear the word duplex from Mr. Hudson. Those actually are on their own lots of records. They're not the duplexes that we think of when we hear duplexes. They're attached, single family attached. The same with the townhomes. So a couple things to point out here that they're doing. They do have the larger 60-foot lots around the perimeter. We definitely wanted to try to keep the density surrounding it to not have those high impacts next to them. So that was a good thing the developer did, as well as the 25-foot type C buffer that you can see that surrounds the project. I appreciate the developer took that into play. We know development can go here. If we hadn't amended the cardinal and mixed use, they would have had to be at least 6 units per acre. Right now, they're just a little over 4. Much better. I'm glad we were able to amend cardinal, hopefully next month, that this board did support that. Couple of things, these are the residential development standards. They come out very blurry on a PowerPoint, but just to point out to you, there's nothing here that's unusual for the master plans you've seen in other parts of the county. 25-foot fronts are normal, 5-foot sides. Actually, they're doing rear of 10. That's a little more than some of the PUDs do. And they have 50% lot coverage, except for the smaller townhome and duplex type villa lots, which are 60 and 65. Again, those are not alarming. Those follow with many PUDs within Citrus County. And this is, I did ask them to try to give us some renderings on what they were thinking of. This is what they're thinking of. That's what the bottom is what they're calling a duplex villa. It's really single family attached. So they will be on their own platted lots of record. And this was the only item in the development agreement that we were not in agreement with, and I think we've kind of worked that out too. So it's a matter of how much dedication they'll be giving for Cardinal Street, and they want to have Cardinal Street be 150 feet of public right-of-way. Now, I saw on the applicant's slide he says that already. So actually, I think this one is a moot point as well. We'll probably be going with the yellow that's proposed by staff. Might be saying prior to receiving final plat, permit, and/or plat approval, whichever occurs first, developer shall provide a right-of-way because of the new statutes that we're going to talk about later this meeting. So I think this is the only item in the whole development agreement that we're in disagreement with, and it's a very minor one, and I think that based on his slide, I think we're on the same page now. So this is a zooming into their application. Now you can see a little clearer that DRA up there, that tiny portion. It looks crosshatched kind of like the buffer, but it's not. It's trying to denote a DRA that's outside of the project. They have pushed some of the DRAs to the outside, and then they have the yellow 60-foot lots on the outside as well. So there are conditions of approval that are in your development agreement. Based on all the negotiations with the applicant and how much this has progressed, which you did see, there's not really many concerns. I think our concerns have been met by staff. Anything else?
Any questions from the applicant to staff? Questions from the commissioners?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. For the past several years, this area has always been designated as the Cardinal Mixed Use Area. And the concept was always supposed to be a pedestrian-friendly, light commercial area, something as a signature gateway to the county from the teeming masses down south.
Teeming masses.
Now, this is just like any other residential development that we could find in Pasco County or Hernando County. There is no, I guess, mixed-use concept in it at all. So is this board supposed to hold the line for what the commission wanted, which was a mixed-use area? Or are we to throw that over and just look upon this as just a purely residential PUD? If that's the case, then perhaps we need to look more at compatibility with surrounding areas, which as a mixed-use area we never thought of. The other question that I have is, if we get rid of this mixed-use area, what is to become of the ones that are proposed for State Road 44 and the Suncoast, or the Suncoast and the, 486 interchange areas? If we get rid of this one, then can we assume that those other ones are not to be implemented as well?
Okay, a lot of stuff in that statement. So this board has already heard, and I'm not sure, Mr. Stone, you might not have been here when we did that. We have proposed an amendment to the Cardinal mixed-use area. A prior board did discuss the mixed-use concept with commercial as a minimum requirement and apartments as a minimum requirement. And it's very, very difficult to implement. We did not have developers coming forward to actually build both of those. And that was pointed out early on by the Builders Association, but also I think this board agreed with that. So the recommendation from the PDC going to the board, and they did approve to transmit to state agencies, is that the mixed-use concept is not really what's going to go here. Now, there is an exception right next to the parkway. There's those economic development target areas, or EDTA, you saw on the applicant slide. I didn't put a slide of that on here. Those particular items are meant for transportation related. This project would not probably go there well. I would definitely be fighting that. But outside of that area right next to the parkway, the Cardinal mixed use area no longer has the mixed use commercial component. Still a gateway to the county, still wants to see that. But with this board and reality, the mixed use concept is gone. It does not mean that we still don't have interchange management concept, and we're trying. That's why this one we're being so picky about it. But the mixed use concept is gone. Now 44 and 46, although all IMAs are completely different animals from each other. So the 44 one has been adopted in the plan. It does have some mixed use component in it, and you'll be seeing that again sometime next month for the Land Development Code standards for that. 486, it's a little bit more of a slow boat, but it'll come to you eventually, and I don't know what's going to happen with that one.
But you could put a school in this one, that would capture some.
I know, Mr. Dixon definitely wants a school here. It's not on the proposal right now, it's not on the table. So if they did decide to do that, I think you'll have to say this again. Not that it's not a good idea.
That would accomplish some of the objective there, I think.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll just sort of follow up to what Mr. Stone was talking about and Ms. Katu. When we had some of the very first meetings about this particular area and the MXU, and we had prior leadership within the Land Development Division, there were some ideas and visions out there that, in my opinion, were unattainable. They were a little bit pie in the sky, especially for this particular area. I feel like, it was just kind of someone trying to push their vision on what they thought and what should be. But as a longtime resident of Citrus County, and especially the Homosassa area, Cardinal needs to stay a residential area. Like, if you know what I mean, Mr. Stone, like the EDTA area, just to supplement and support all of the additional traffic that's going to be created by the Suncoast Parkway and what's going to end up ultimately happening in this county and this entire state. But for a project like this, like I'm super happy to not see a commercial component added to it. I don't think it needs it. I think it would be a really cool idea if Mr. Dixon and the developers could figure out how they wanted to add the school portion to it. But for Cardinal and the feel of that area, and the word that we use all the time is the compatibility, it needs to stay residential. And if you can go back on any of the meetings that we've talked about on this particular project, I've been staunchly against anything that was a large, gateway to the county, because this really isn't the gateway to the county. This is farmland, and it needs to stay as close to that as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner Bramlett. Anyone else? All right, Ms. Couture, it brings it to me. I just have a question on section 54-6 of the county code. Do we have a credit agreement, impact fee credit agreement in process or completed?
No, there are no impact fee credit agreements that they do. An impact fee credit would be if they're providing additional infrastructure that is not required by their project, and we've had no inquiries on that at this time.
So is that the reason why we struck is
Right,
and added maybe?
Right, because the option is always there if they want to provide additional infrastructure, but right now they're not.
So right now, there's no impact credits.
Right, that was from prior developer being ambitious, but they don't automatically get that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
The IMA, you said towards the, near the Suncoast, was labeled for
Right,
transportation?
right, EDTA, or Economic Development Target Area. And Liz, can you pull up the applicant's slides? They were much better and had that actually on there, and I didn't put it on one. Yeah, that was the targeted, and that's where you would expect something like a travel store, or somewhere you can get off, get gas, get a soda, and get back on the road. This is pretty far from that. Keep going. It was near the end of his presentation, and I'm sorry, Liz, it won't work. Maybe mine will work. No, mine's not. Okay, we've had such a time with this one. There you go. So there's the EDTA. He colored it really well in the turquoise. And you can see the relation of Cardinal Farms, which Mr. Bummett's point is exactly said better than what I was trying to convey to Mr. Stone, is the EDTA is the area where we would expect the transportation-related places. But outside of that, a lot of people on Cardinal did not want this commercial. They wanted to stay houses forever, and that's perfectly fine.
I thought at our prior meetings with the area development, we had said we didn't want gas stations.
And perhaps outside of that, true, but the EDTA itself, yes, that's still on the table, right next to the Parkway. Those are not prohibited.
That sort of reads like me, what do you call it, the 44 and 75.
Hope not, but that's why these IMAs are in place, because we want to be able to have them come before you as a master plan and see what's going to happen there. And y'all can decide if we don't want to turn into Wildwood either. I don't think the traffic here is ever going to, but we'll be careful.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shara.
Just a quick question, and perhaps I should have directed it to the developer. Has there ever been any discussion of the price point of these units, houses, townhouses?
Yeah, that's something the developer will have to do. I know there was a question about workforce housing. There's no indication that there's workforce housing in there, although you heard from the applicant that they're open to that.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Couture.
You can put back up the aerial, please. Thank you.
At this time, the public portion of the meeting will now be open. If there's anyone present who would like to speak on this application, please come forward to the podium. As a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes and organizations have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, please address the board. If you have any documentation that you would want to be entered into record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. The podium is now open.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me be here. My name is Robert Finkelson. I'm a retired FAA, Federal Aviation Administration engineer. I was a project manager for airport expansion, so I know a lot about this type of construction. How many people in here live in this community around it? See, the decisions you make, we have to live with. And we're very concerned. And one of the things I looked at the plans, I studied the plans, I didn't see an environmental impact study. In the government, we had to prove that there was going to be constraints on construction. When we do an airport expansion, we put a building in. even so much as a little ILS building that is just in the middle of nowhere. We had to make sure we followed the procedures of law according to environmental protection. One of the things we're concerned with is 95% of us living near Cardinal Farms are on wells. That big piece of land right there is our filter. We got very good water. Our water is known to be one of the best quality water in Florida. So we're concerned about that. The other thing is, you got 147 acres and 20 to 25% of that land is only impervious surfaces. We're already taxed on stormwater. We all live in Camp. We're on the south end of that property, abutting it. We're all on roughly 3 acres of land. Some have 5, some have 2 3/4. The other thing is we see rain. I was part of CERT back in 2021. We had the flooding that was all along 19. What kind of impact is this going to have? Has there been a study on that? The other thing is changes to the topography. Now, we had to deal with that also, because once we put a runway expansion, you take and build up an area, where does that water go? There's got to be a study on that. That change in topography is going to be a tremendous impact on all of us living there, and we could see flooding where we've never seen it before. The other thing is traffic concerns. My wife will talk on that, but we already have a traffic problem. Since that development or that highway was put in, we've seen an increase. And the development or the traffic methodology, which is a lot of assumptions, that was done before the highway or right around the time that highway opened. So it wasn't showing the full impact of what that highway had on the current situation. And I hope that the county planners will take this into consideration and do environmental studies, do their own traffic studies. You know, we couldn't even put up so much as a tower without doing a study on birds and impacts to animals. And this is also taxing our fire department, police department. What's our infrastructure going to look like in another 5, 10, 15 years? And the other thing is, this is a agricultural area. You know, you're changing agriculture pretty extreme to even go commercial. I've argued with Carnahan about CMU. That's a blanket without any people impacting. We got to live with this, and we live right here, so we should have an impact, a voice on the impact. And one of the things I would like to see, I'm not saying not to build, but fewer homes, a little more open space. Show that we have a little more than just a few retention areas. They may not be enough to hold the water. We live on a private road. Citrus County has a lot of private roads. We're on Cardinal Street, which is Mindy Road, that goes to Green Gate. We maintain the roads. I go out there with my tractor and I plow the roads and regrade them. It's our responsibility. If something happens to that road, we already have flood areas that we have to take and work on, but if that makes that flooding worse, who's going to be liable for that? Who's going to take accountability? So thank you very much, and that was my piece.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Ann Finkelson. As my husband mentioned, we are on the south side abutting this property. And you talk about the traffic. The traffic on Cardinal is more than you think, because every day, almost every day, we go down and we're the first street to make a left to the south and west of that entrance. And when we have to make a left, we have to cross. And I've noticed a substantial difference in the traffic to make a left-hand turn. And are they going to put any traffic lights there? That's a big question. And that intersection, the west where 19 intersects with West Cardinal, that is a big problem. Where Walmart, the 7-Eleven, the Circle K, ever since that 7-Eleven came in, they put a little barrier there and a no U-turn sign, and there's so many accidents there now, people making the illegal turns. Have they considered the traffic on that corner, that direct corner, 19, where those two gas stations are, where Walmart is? It's a debacle at that corner. You know, without a traffic light on entering that development, it's almost impossible to make a left-hand turn at times. And how about the people on Canalilly? that your entrances, Canna Lily and Premier, those people weren't even notified about this meeting. Not everybody gets the Citrus Chronicle. I just recently subscribed to it because I wanted to see what was in it, but I don't think I'm going to subscribe again. But that's besides. And I really think that 600 homes on 143 acres is a bit much. But I'm really happy to see that they're proposing to remove the commercial part of this, because look at the surrounding areas. We need to match the properties on the surrounding areas. Keep it residential. It's rural residential area. I'm not objecting to growth in this area, but we need to keep it and match the area around it, because there is a problem with water runoff, and we've seen it firsthand, especially when you get behind that Walmart. And that's a high spot, and it rolls right downhill. And I want to thank everybody for hearing me speak today.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Jeff Wells. I have property there on Carina's Court. That's on the south side of this development here. The biggest thing for me is what Bob and Ann said is the impact on the environment over here. The road over here, when I pull out of Greengate onto Cardinal, sometimes you wait there forever just to make that left to get down to 19. And I think it's going to be a lot worse when this happens. And if we're looking at 25% open area over here, that means 75% of this is not going to be absorbed, any rainwater absorption. And right now, we get rainwater runoff from this area right here. And they said that it's going to be all contained. I don't see how in the world it can possibly be contained, because it's not contained now. You know, we're always eating the water that overflows over there, and I just see it's going to be worse. And I just made my speech. Thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Terry Jones, and I do not live in that area. I live in Leisure Acres, and I kind of like to present this from a different angle, because I was at a meeting not that long ago for the planning board, and there is a storage facility that was asked to. They wanted to build another building on a lot they had purchased. The area is zoned for convenience store or for a gas station. All the neighbors in the back came forward and they said, we do not want a gas station there. We do not want a convenience store there. Please put the storage facility. Well, the board decided at that meeting that they would have to change the comprehensive plan in order to approve that. And they said changing the comprehensive plan would be going on a slippery slope. And my question just is, how can you possibly not approve a low impact, no added traffic, low impact building that doesn't really impact anything, and all the neighbors wanted it because you would have to change the comprehensive plan, and yet you would consider changing the comprehensive plan to add 600 new homes in a rural area that's beautiful? And I really would like everybody to just kind of take another look at that, because our mission, we're in the Nature Coast, okay? And I know some of the Board of Commissioners say, well, you know, we have to provide the supply for the demand. No, we don't. Hernando County put in a building moratorium, and there's no reason why we can't either. So we do not have to have this unbridled growth. We don't have to have this rape of the county, and I really ask you to consider that.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Janet Barrick. I live in Citrus Springs. Okay, I went through your plan and I looked at these things, and the county wanted the commercial portion of it, so this would become a neighborhood. Just like Mr. Dixon was talking about a school, that would be a neighborhood school. When I look at this, and I compare it with things at Citrus Springs, I look at West Hampshire and 491. We need a turning lane there. Well, when I look at these plans, you've got 2 single roads going out. It will eventually be a 4-lane road. If they're developing it now, there should already be a turning lane for each one of those roads, so that the people going out to work or school or wherever can make a left-hand turn. The other thing is, yeah, you're probably gonna need 2 traffic lights, one for each one. Because right now, the number of cars on there is maybe not significant, but within the next 10 to 15 years, it's gonna be major, and it won't be insignificant. Try taking and making a left turn off of West Hampshire onto 491. See how much you back up. See how long it takes you. See how long it takes the school buses to get in and out of Hampshire. That was one of the things I looked at. I was wondering, was there a minimum square footage for living per item? For single-family houses, was there a minimum square footage? The duplexes, the townhouses? Townhouses would probably be the first place people would live, because it's 2 stories. Old people don't take very well to a 2nd-story building, especially if that's where the bedrooms are. I did like the plans, you know, how they have 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. I thought that was really nice, because that's what people are looking for. But we really do need housing for lower income families. And so that really does need to be taken into, into consideration. When I add these up, I get 652 minimum cars. That's 1 car per residence. How many people do you know only have 1 car in their family? So if you double that, that's what would be turning onto Cardinal, either to the left or to the right. Think about that when you say, oh, okay. I really didn't agree with changing the comprehensive plan. There should be some commercial, so it does have some familiarity and they become a neighborhood. And I think that's the end of my time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and I'm a current resident that lives just south of where they're going to be putting in this location. My main concerns, which has already been brought up, is the roads, the lights, the traffic. That is a truck route as well. Nobody has touched on. So we have our trucks going down Cardinal. I do believe with 600 homes going in, we do need other schools in the county. Our schools are overpacked. So I do agree, we do need another school, potentially like we have right out here, the Lecanto District compound. Our police, we don't have enough funding as is to, if you have 600 more homes, potentially, we could have more crime to the unit, or to the community. And as a homeowner, those are my main concerns, would be the schools, police funding, the roads. Also, there's no sidewalks down Cardinal at all. So if you guys could consider potentially some of those items that are touched upon by many, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please. Next speaker. Anyone? No, ma'am. Thank you.
I didn't fill out a card, so I'm gonna do that afterwards.
You can do it afterwards, ma'am.
Good morning, my name is Lynn Turk. I live on Denhoff, which is off of Cardinal. The impact of that traffic on Cardinal is deadly. If you've never been on Cardinal, I beg you to please go and take a ride up and down Cardinal Street. You could only go from 19 to the Parkway and back. And you'll see it is a very, very narrow Cardinal. It's extremely narrow, and it used to be called Cardinal Lane. And since that time, when now it's called Cardinal Street and even has a number, it has not been widened. As somebody just said, there is no place to walk, there's no place to ride a bike, and there's certainly no place for 6 or 8 or 1,200 more cars to turn out onto that road. I didn't hear from the planner how many exits there are from that development. If it is only one, and 150 feet leeway is nothing, but if there's only one exit, then how do all those cars get in and out? Do you have any idea what that road is like right now? If there is no plan to increase the size of that road, then that plan should not exist. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Final call. All right, seeing none, I will close the public portion of the meeting down. Does the applicant have a rebuttal?
First of all, I'd like to thank the public for coming and attending this meeting and protecting their interests. This is their neighborhood, they're right, and it's important stuff to them. So thank you for coming and commenting. Just to touch on a few things here. In terms of environmental impact and study, this is not a federally funded project, so something like an environmental impact statement wouldn't be required. But environmental clearance and considerations is part of the project. We've had some environmental studies done. We've had geotechnical analysis done that helps us understand what the soil works like and the high infiltration rate. I'll get to that a little more in a minute. We've had a gopher tortoise study done. You know, there's a relocation that would need to be done. These are all details that happen in the next steps of the development review process, but it is the nature coast. We like the environment. We'd like to protect the environment, and we'll take the proper steps to do so. 25% open space does not include a lot of green area. It really only includes public open space. And not even all of that. So like a grass strip between a sidewalk and a road is not included. All the green space on a private lot, we can include as open area. There's even some question whether the drainage retention areas can be included in that calculation. And we have done so because they'll be large, and some of them can include some passive recreation opportunities like the one on the south side. So there will be more, it won't be 75% paved is my point. New flooding, we are going to, if there is flooding out there now, given the soil type, is hard to imagine, but we've been very conservative in our calculations, and we're going to keep all that stormwater on site. It'll be collected, routed to our ponds where the 100-year storm event is retained and percolate out, and of course maintained so that it continues to do so. So just a clarification, the comprehensive plan change is not related to our project. These aren't tied. This is something that the county's been discussing for a couple years since it was first adopted, related to compatibility and maybe a different viewpoint than previous boards. So while they're happening in parallel, our project did not trigger the county's desire to make those changes or anything like that. This is something the county wants to do on their own. But I will say that without the comprehensive plan change, we're back to 6 units per acre. We have to do that. That's the minimum zoning and density requirement. And we're proposing to do less than that, and the comp plan change would allow us to soften the project like we've talked about. Access and roads. It's typically the low-hanging fruit because everybody drives and they understand what this is. We do propose 2 access points. The access will be designed to be in full compliance, working with the engineering department, full compliance with Florida DOT standards for turn lanes, traffic signals, roundabouts, different intersection treatments like that. So we're not in that level of detail yet, so we're not showing on these plans, but like I said, I kind of did a preliminary traffic study analysis, And there will be turn lanes required at these access points, and that's part of the project development that happens. There are federal requirements or tests or warrants for traffic signals, and at this point, we're not even close to meeting those requirements for traffic signals looking 20 years into the future. But the bottom line is, we're going to put in access that meets Florida DOT standards for safety and capacity. In terms of project trip generation, just to give you a sense, because you heard some speculation on that, the rule of thumb is 1 trip in the peak hour per residential unit. And that's based on thousands of studies of existing subdivisions. It comes from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So, you know, the size of the house or the number of cars in the house isn't a big factor. Putting all those factors together and counting actual developments comes out to about 1 trip. And that's why my one chart showed 600 vehicles in the PM peak hour, because it's about 1 trip. And that's both in and out, so 300 in and 300 out, because trips, traffic-wise, are one-way trips versus vehicles. Because a vehicle leaving and coming back, 1 vehicle makes 2 trips. That's all I have in response.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we'll bring the discussion back to the board for final discussions. Who would like to start off?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Stone.
Since there's no impetus for a development of a mixed-use area as an entrance to the county, then what's the incentive to change the classification of this area from agriculture and rural to single-family residential? Other than somebody wants it, but there's no incentive from the community to make a change to the classification of this property.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Anyone else? Commissioner Shara.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me. Clearly, the county needs to increase the available housing for the people who live here. As someone that's come here just 5 years ago from somewhere else, I really respect the fact that when I came here for many reasons, but affordable housing was one of them. And I came from Southeast Florida, and I can tell you that housing is more affordable here, but by standards of folks who live and work here, it's very difficult to find affordable housing. My question on the price point of these homes, I'm going to make an assumption, and when I look at the lot sizes and lot widths and the type of homes, it look like they would come at a lower price point than large single-family homes on a half acre to 3 acres to 5 acres. That's an assumption. I guess I would like to, if we can get an answer on that, I would like to hear the answer to that. One of the major concerns that we have on a road, a rural road like a Cardinal, is traffic. The issues related to turn lanes, to traffic signals, to widening that road, I know are broader issues. This is the first straw, if you will. This is the first development that will be coming in. And even if this development doesn't in fact require traffic lights due to a accepted, accredited traffic study, if there are other developments, I think we'll be facing these same kind of issues over and over from a safety perspective. The turn lanes, in many cases, I'm not a traffic engineer, I'm not a traffic person, but from a common sense perspective, turn lanes, in fact, really solve many of the problems. But I do recognize and appreciate the concern about the peak hours, particularly with school buses and individuals. So I would support this. I think that there is a need in the county for additional housing, particular housing that is more affordable than less affordable. It's disappointing that the commercial piece was dropped out, but that isn't this, that is an economic decision of the developer There's not, as I can see and read, there's not a requirement in this interchange management area to have commercial, other than, in many cases, saying what shouldn't be there, which I think is important to all of us. So I will support this, but I think there's issues that the county needs to address, particularly in some of the questions related to site runoff, sheet flow, the design basis for the water retention, 100-year versus some other higher rainfall amount. But those are the details. That is the blocking and tackling that the state and the county go through in their detailed engineering review. So I will support this.
Thank you, Commissioner Shara. Anyone else? Commissioner Facemeyer.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to echo the comments of Commissioner Shar. Oh, I would like to echo the comments of Commissioner Shar. I too think that there is a growing need in this county for housing. Maybe this does not meet the total definition or precise definition of workforce housing, but population is coming. We have a demand for new housing in this community, in this county. I understand and appreciate the comments of the residents. Nobody likes to see change, but it's going to happen. And I think the details can be worked out with staff, and I intend to support this application.
Thank you, Commissioner Facemeyer. I just want to echo what the last two commissioners said, but I do want to add the fact that the developer did state that he would work on workforce housing or affordable housing. I would definitely like to see that in the mix. We've approved many subdivisions since I've been on this board, and not one of them do we have any kind of workforce housing or attainable housing of any kind. And this county is in dire need of that. If we're going to keep building these targets and bringing in all these stores, we can't afford it on minimum wage, so that's important. And I did like the idea of Mr. Dixon and the school being there. That was one of my notes that I had written down, is where's the closest school. So adding the school would be good. But I do support this application. I think it's a good thing. I think we do need it. I do like the fact that there is no commercial out in front of this development, because the last thing that we really need to see coming off of the Suncoast is, gas stations or commercial right on the corner, and then head towards Homosassa and be nothing but commercial. So the residential is a pleasant sight, and it's very soft to the eyes when you're driving through that agricultural area. So I am in support of this.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Bramlett.
So just to start off, I would say that I am in support of this application. I do have some concerns. I have some concerns with the entrances. I'm not really sure. I've looked all through the material here. I don't know how far apart those entrances are. I know that all the county engineering and traffic and everybody that is much more in tune with what is required for those components will be on top of it. I'm not sure if it would be a little bit nicer to have one main entrance, and in my head, I'm thinking, a lot of people say this many homes, 600 homes, one main entrance, but I can think of Terra Vista right off the top of my head. It's got a very large entrance. It's very well managed. It would make it a lot less need for having to have people are talking about 2 traffic lights. That's unreasonable. You're not going to have 2 traffic lights backing up, stacking all the traffic going both ways. As a longtime resident, Cardinal Lane, yes, it is now. I didn't even realize it was Cardinal Street. Cardinal Lane is a very narrow road. That road is very dangerous. I've had friends that have died on that road. The developers, when they were forecasting for the widening of the road, 20 to 30 years, that seems a little bit short-sighted to me. There's a Walmart on the west end of this road. Everybody that knows, if you've ever been to a Walmart, any time of the day, those things are packed. People are coming and going. the public, she was 100% correct about the 19 and Cardinal intersection. It is a wreck in that particular area. It's people going the wrong way. They drive over the bumps. Some of the turns are too narrow. I was happy to hear the developer say that turn lanes on a project of this size would be required. I wish that something like that would have been included in the presentation. I think it might have helped alleviate a lot of the traffic concerns and woes that we're dealing with and hearing about. Aside from that, the only thing that I would follow up with is they've gone from when the original plan came to us with like 3,000 units in there. That was ridiculous. I was never in favor of that. But now 600 on 150 acres, that's almost a quarter of an acre per lot. That's typical of Citrus Springs and Sugar Mill Woods and the other developments. Nobody wants to see development. I'm from here. I hate seeing they're literally clearing trees right next to my house right now, big oak trees, machines out there just mowing them down. Take them 50 to 100 years to grow. They're mowing them down in 15 to 20 minutes. It's sad. It really is. But on the other aspect of it, this particular property, I'm in real estate. This property was for sale for a very long time. I remember it specifically. Millions of dollars it was for sale for. If somebody wanted to buy this to put up one or two homes, they had the opportunity. So what we're tasked with as a board is to try and oversee projects and make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners on what we think would be the most economically viable for the developer to allow them to come in and do it, at the same time being the most compatible with the neighborhoods and the surrounding areas. So this project, in my opinion, it fits that bill. I'm glad the commercial component is not in there, and I'll say it again. I know I've already said it like 3 times, but I would love to see the developer and Mr. Dixon and the Citrus County School Board be able to do something to help alleviate, because the traffic from the buses going up to Lecanto and all the surrounding areas, it's definitely needed to reduce that amount. So I'm in favor of it. I have some concerns, the entrances, the turn lanes, but I know the people that are smarter than me will deal with all that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bramlett. Any other comments? Commissioner Royce, yeah, I'm sorry. Commissioner Royce.
I remember, some members on this board also recall that when we had meetings on this IMA, is it? And we were shown photographs and renderings of other communities that exist with mixed use of light commercial doctor's offices, real estate offices, medical and consumer-friendly areas where they had integrated walkways and parks. And I remember these things. They really looked like celebration. They were nice communities and all that. I just wondered where that went and when did it go away. Now we're going to get 4 gas stations on the 4 corners of the Parkway and Cardinal Street as it is. I didn't notice that it changed either. And I'm just wondering where all those things went. I understand it's hard. In fact, I remember us talking about lowering the requirement for 5 acres down to less, and so that we get more interested developers to put in commercial things. I'm not saying the commercial is the way to go. I'm just wondering when this concept left for the integrated community. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Royce. Anyone else? A motion?
Question for our attorney.
Madam Attorney.
In this particular case, would this motion be for conditional use approved or conditional use approved with conditions?
Do we have a development agreement? Is there a development agreement
There is.
motion? You probably need to do both motions.
There's not an agreement motion, no. There's not a special development agreement motion. That's why they're confused which one to use. We have the comp plan application. We'll need 2 motions.
Either one motion that includes both, or 2 motions. It might be easier to do 2 motions. Recommend approval of the development agreement, and then recommend approval of the comprehensive plan amendment.
With conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If that's
Mr.
what you want.
Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Sheriff,
The Planning and Development Commission finds application.
please speak in your mic.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm reading. finds application CPA-AA-2024-00004 consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, that the board approves with conditions the application based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition. It has been determined that approving the proposed conditional use will not adversely affect the public interest, and that there is compliance with special rules governing individual conditional uses of the type involved, that the proposed development with the conditions and safeguards attached would be generally compatible with the adjacent properties and other property in the district, and that the PDC is empowered under the section of the LDC described in the application to grant this conditional use.
I think we went awry somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Because you started out as a
It's not a
comprehensive
conditional
plan.
use.
I asked the question, I thought I understood the answer. Apparently I didn't.
It would be the last one.
The comp plan.
He was talking about conditional use.
Right, so he's doing the very first page of the three motions.
Do you want me to?
Help me out if you can do it.
Okay. The Planning and Development Commission finds application number CPA AA-2024-00004 and DA-24-01 consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends approval with the conditions of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
Now, we have a first by Commissioner Bramlett. I second that motion. Any further discussions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Get a hand count, please. Roll call. Commissioner Shara.
Yay.
Commissioner Royce.
Yay.
Yay.
Aye.
Nay. Aye.
Nay.
Oh. 5-2. Motion passed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
I'm sorry if I confused things.
That's okay.
And Mr. Chairman, this application will be heard by the Board of County Commissioners on September 10th, 2024 at the Commission Chambers in Inverness at 5:01 p.m. If you received a notice on this application, you will also receive one for the September 10th application.
Thank you, Ms. Coutu. All right, now it's time for application V-2024-00001. If the applicant can come forward.
You think we can use the restroom real quick before we jump into a couple of these? Like this one probably is not. Actually, let's just do this one after this one. Okay.
All right.
Let's see this one and then about?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
All right, we get the staff introduction, please.
Douglas Bertles at 3494 South Canal Road. This application requests a variance for less than 35-foot minimum wetland setback for an above-ground pool and deck. This is an aerial view of the property. This is the subject property. Looking north from the subject property. Looking south from the subject property. Looking east from subject property. Looking west from the subject property. And the site plan submitted by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Douglas Bertels. I live at 3494 South Canal Road, Inverness, Florida. Last name is Bertels. That is my site plan. As you can see, I've got a deck off the back of the house that was built in 2017 with the house by Sweetwater Homes. And I was unaware of the wetlands, to be honest with you. I knew there was a wetlands line out there. As you see, the surface water, and then the property appraiser, I guess when they did an initial flyover, established that as the wetlands, that line that goes up. So my wife and I, we always thought that that's where the wetlands began. We didn't have really any water when we bought the property in 2015. There was no water up there. It was in the winter months. It was dry. The only water was where you see surface water out there. And then in 2019, I got a permit from Florida Fish and Wildlife to harvest a 50 by 75 foot area where you see wetlands, so that I would have water there. The highest that water has come up since I've lived there, since I built the house, is up to that, basically that line there that says MAEL. That's the highest the water's ever come up. I'm asking for a variance of 14 feet to 21 feet from the wetlands for my above-ground pool. Now, maybe stupidity on my part, but I put the pool up before I permitted the pool. I put the pool up in July 11th of last year, and I permitted the pool in August 4th. I wanted to see exactly where the pool was going to be situated, how it was going to sit, before I decided on the deck. I hired a contractor to do the deck. I submitted a permit on the pool only. They permitting shot the pool down because they said it was too close to the wetlands. I just need a variance of 14 feet. As far as concerns with flooding, I don't foresee any flooding ever occurring there. I'm in a ex-AE floodplain. Stormwater, I have a lot of stormwater from Canal and Sandpiper Road. I really have no stormwater prevention there at all. So water just naturally pours off during a heavy thunderstorm, just naturally pours off of the road onto my property, down to the wetlands. There's nothing to impede it except for that berm that I have on the west side there. And as far as the pool sitting there, it prevents a lot of the storm water from the roof of my house and from the road on the east side from pouring right down into the wetlands, because it hits the flat area where I have the pool, and I had to have the pool recessed about 4 feet into the ground right off of the deck, the existing deck. So it captures a lot of that water right at the front of the pool and prevents all that water from running down into the wetlands. As far as the wetlands are concerned, I've taken care of the wetlands. I don't plan on damaging the wetlands at all. And aesthetically, I think it's going to add to the beauty of my backyard and the wetlands. I have a privacy fence on both sides. And what I'm concerned about, they asked me if I would be willing to drain the pool, have the pool taken down, turned east and west, and I have a slope from the deck to the lake. And I would have to take out that slope another 4 to 6 feet down. I'm close to a water oak on the other person's property. I'm afraid I would damage the root system there, and I'm about 25 feet away from my well. So I have concerns about resituating the pool. And I think the pool where it sits right now will not damage the lake. And the pool sits about 3 to 4 feet higher than the water's edge. And if you would like, I can build a berm on that side of the pool. So if it's concerns with flooding or concerns with the pool leaking, I have a 100-foot hose that in heavy rains I can attach to the skimmer and run over to my berm on the west side. to alleviate water running out of the pool into the lake. So I'm just asking for a variance of 14 feet.
All right. Any questions from the staff?
No, sir.
Any questions from the commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Facemeyer.
I do have a question for the applicant. Can you clarify why you did not receive a permit prior to constructing the pool? I know you mentioned it, but I didn't catch exactly why you did not do that.
Naivety on my part, I didn't realize. The main reason was I knew I had every intention of taking a permit out on it. But I had discussions with my contractor. He was telling me the deck was going to have to be a lot higher to get the pool level. I didn't think that. So I wanted the pool actually in place before I made final decisions on the deck.
Do you understand why there are regulations that protect wetlands?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't?
I'm very conscious about my wetlands.
And there is a current code compliance violation?
Yes, I do. I have faced those violations.
Okay. And in your application, I see some plot plans that have a lot of handwritten, hand-drawn calculations and arrows and delineations. I'm just going to make a comment. That's not an official wetlands delineation.
I have had a wetlands delineation that was done in November of last year. And he came out and surveyed and staked where the wetlands line is. But then again, I thought the wetlands were further out. If I had realized that that's where the wetlands was, then I would not have put the pool up.
Okay, thank you.
Any other?
Yeah.
Commissioner Bramlett.
I just want to give Mr. Bertels the respect while he's still at the podium and let him know that I'm not in favor of your application. I know that there's still more to see, but the county clearly has it that this is not a minimum request. You could fit the pool on your property without a variance. So for those reasons, I'm not in support of it. And then the other thing I would just want to mention and say is that, you know, as much as it pains you, a lack of planning on your part doesn't constitute a hardship for a variance, in my opinion.
Where else am I going to put the pool?
So, we're not here to develop your property, but I'm just going off of what the staff, I trust the staff. They're very diligent. I've been working with them and they've been helping us understand things for quite some time now. So that's all I can go by.
Thank you. Could you, is your deck enclosed?
Yes, it is.
So your pool is,
The
how
pool is
far?
not enclosed,
How
but the
far
deck
is your
itself.
pool from your deck?
The pool is 8 feet.
From the deck, from the back of the house? 'Cause
Yes,
I'm
I
looking
had
at
a
a
lot of-
picture with the pool here, and I don't see a deck. That's why I was asking.
No, the deck's not in yet. I have a contractor that has submitted a permit on the deck. I submitted a permit on the pool, and then when that expired, I submitted another permit in April.
So the deck that you're just stated that it was there, that's an enclosed deck, or that's just the back of the house?
That's a deck, it's a 35 by 10-foot deck that I had built onto the back of the house because they had to bring in a lot of fill dirt. I have a sharp slope from the house down to the backyard.
So you're
And
asking for.
they had to backfill that.
You're asking for an additional deck and the pool?
Right, a deck around the pool so that you don't see the pool.
Okay, I understood. Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
I think it's page 212 of your packet shows the deck.
Yeah. I just didn't see it attached to the house.
Yes, it's confusing because
Yes.
the pool's in the one spot, but he's moving.
Staff introduction. Thank you.
Good morning, Melissa Morris, planner. All right, so this is a variance request for Mr. and Mrs. Bertels at 3494 South Canal Road. They're requesting a variance of less than the required minimum 35-foot setback for an above-ground pool. This is a map showing the subject property. This is an aerial view of the subject property. You can see that it does abut the water. And this is a photo of the pool. It was installed without a permit. The after-the-fact permit was denied for not meeting the minimum wetland setback. The permit was allowed to expire, and at that time, it became a code compliance case. Here's another view of the pool and its proximity to the water in the wetlands. The applicant's water wetland assessment report stated that if the pool was turned perpendicular, it could likely meet the minimum required setbacks without the need for variance. Here's a view of the opposite side yard, and it does appear that there could possibly be room there for the pool without a variance as well. This is the rendering of the pool and the deck as envisioned. This is the submitted site plan. And this shows the approximate 14-foot from the deck to the wetland. And I would like to state that a variance can be granted, but it is a minimum of 15-foot wetland setback, not 14. And the wetland survey was never put, or the wetland assessment was never put on a survey, so it would need to be put on a survey if you were to approve.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners? So I have one question for you.
Yes.
Where did that 14-foot come from? Who measured it?
That would be the homeowner, and it's an approximate measurement because this actually submitted site plan is a plot plan that appears to be from the 2017 construction of the home. So we would definitely need the new wetland assessment and the survey done to make sure that it is within the 15-foot or less or 35-foot or less from the wetland delineation line. And again, that has not been put on a survey and measured.
Thank you.
So this is very approximate.
Thank you. Commissioner Shara.
Is the wetland delineation federal, state, or county?
I believe the wetland delineation that was provided by the applicant was from an environmental consultant.
I'm sorry, I guess the question would be the setback or the definition of the wetland. Is that a federal definition or a state? You know,
The land development code is the setback from the wetland is land development code.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, the public portion of the meeting will now be open. If there's anyone present who would like to speak on this application, please come forward to the podium. And as a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes and organizations have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, please address the board. If you have any documentation that you want to enter into record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. First speaker.
Good morning, Janet
Good
Barrett, Citrus Springs. Having read all this, the gentleman is asking for forgiveness, which means he knew that he did this, and he also gave the dates. He put the pool up way ahead of getting a permit, okay? And he also knew that he had wetlands. I get tired of people, I was president for Citrus Springs Civic Association, and we have deed restrictions. So when it comes to wetlands, you need to follow the rules. You, or the board that was on board previous to you, did not allow one of the commissioners to get the setback he wanted reduced so that he could move his house closer to wetlands. I don't see why he can't just take his pool down, turn it the way it's supposed to be. Because if he does turn it, he should have enough room. He may not be able to get the deck of his choosing, might have to be a little bit smaller. But I really do not see giving someone a 14 foot out of your 35. That's almost half. So he's taking the 35 and cutting it down by almost a half. That's not right. And I'm sorry, but you know, as a citizen, there are rules in place for everybody. And to me, to come and ask for a waiver after the fact, I'm not approving something like that in my life. And if I were on the board, I would be saying, no, thank you, take the pool down. And if you can put it sideways and it meets the minimums, then, you can get your permits for what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Anyone? Final call. Does the applicant have a rebuttal for the public opinion?
No, I don't.
Thank you. At this time, I'll close the public portion of the meeting and bring it back to the board. And I'll.
Mr. Chairman, I will not be supporting this application. I believe the applicant had sufficient time and knowledge of wetlands and the requirements for building permits, and he did not take advantage of those opportunities prior to construction, so I will not be voting in favor.
Thank you. Any other commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, is an above-ground pool, is that considered a temporary structure or permanent? If this thing was made of concrete, I'd say definitely it was permanent, but an above-ground pool.
I believe in our land development code, a pool is a pool.
Does staff have any comment on that?
Well, it's, the question I'm not quite understanding. Yeah, a pool, I think Mr. Barnes is right, that a pool is a pool. We don't permit them as temporary structures. Above-ground pools are permitted as structures, period. They're not expected to be coming up and down, if that's what you're asking.
All right.
Any other commissioners?
For the purpose of a motion,
For a purpose of motion, Commissioner Bramlett.
the Planning and Development Commission finds application number V-2024-0001 inconsistent with the Citrus County Land Development Code and is not in keeping with the intent of the policies of the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan, and that this board denies the application based upon the evidence and testimony presented to the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
Second.
We have a first by Commissioner Bramlett, a second by Commissioner Facemeyer. Any further discussions? I would just like to add, Douglas, I'm sorry that you went through this process, and hopefully that you learned something for this process. I'm not in favor for it either.
What's the reason? Guys, what is the reason? What
See-
is so special?
No discussion.
I can't answer that, but
I would answer it. I'll answer it. Because we have a lot of people that come in front of us for variances that ask for things, some before they do it, plenty after. And the fact that you're going to try and be 14 feet away from the wetlands, it's just not in harmony with the nature. It's clearly against the land development code. This isn't an exchange. You asked one question. I'm just going to answer it. We're in the discussion in the middle of a motion. I'm answering it out of order, I'm sure. Miss Attorney Lynn would probably not enjoy me to be talking like this, but sometimes I do. So I felt like I was just going to give you the respect. It's not in harmony. The findings of fact are almost all false. So it's not a hardship. It does not meet the definition of a hardship.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, at this time, we're going to take a brief 10-minute recess for a bathroom break, and we'll convene back at 11:05.
Social engineering, I mess with my friends all the time. I sent my friend a URL, a link, and I was like, oh, check out this funny video. I clicked on it. I was like, why would you do that? And he was like, what do you mean? You sent me a link. And I was like, look at the URL, man. That's not sus to you? And he's like, oh, wait a minute. And I was like, you just gave me your IP address, your email address, all your information. You gave me your last 7 websites. That's, by the way, I don't know why you're searching properties in Zillow in this area. That price is way too expensive. And he was like, how did you know all this? And I was like, you gave it to me. And he's like, no, I didn't. I'm like, you clicked on the link. You gave me.
That, like, those are the links for people. I get them all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, your package is on the way.
Now you got the
Here's your
message.
updated receipt.
Because
Yeah.
they want that.
Yeah.
Because when you click on that, your browser is telling that you're.
One was 5 minutes,
Oh,
if
shut
that.
it down.
Way to charge.
Well, I don't have a thing.
11:05 by my.
Yep.
She doesn't have a thing.
Way to charge it last night.
is gone.
I don't think.
All right, welcome back. All right, now we're ready for CU 2024-0005. If we can get the staff introduction, if the applicant come forward, please.
This is Kathy Priest for Red Level Baptist Church. This application is for a conditional use to request structures and uses that are accessory to a house of worship. This is an aerial view of the subject property. This is looking at the church on the subject site. This is looking across West Denellen Road. This is looking west on West Denellen Road. This is looking east on West Denellen Road. This is the site plan as submitted by the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Priest. I'm with Red Level Baptist Church. We have a ministry to reach the people of the community and those with the love of horses. We put up a pole barn so that we could have socials, such as homemade ice cream, chicken perlow, if you know what that is, chicken and rice, and such when it's nice outside. We also have a 4-H group that meets under it and family groups that use it at different times with our permission. Then 4 or 5 families in the church who ride horses got together and decided we needed an arena in the area where we could ride and practice horse events. We started with different speed events and have moved into a kids' rodeo. The money they pay to participate goes into the prizes we give out at the end of the series. This last season, we had 90-plus kids participating, 69 of which received prizes. There is no charge for people to come and watch. We also have a shed for storage, a carport for extra shade, an announcer's booth, playground, and stock pens for use during the rodeo.
There is a modular trailer in the back that was used as classroom/storage at the church at one time, but it is falling apart, so we moved it to the back of the property where it will soon be torn down. Our goal is to get power at the arena to run lights during the shorter winter months for rodeos and practice.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay, staff have any questions for the applicant?
No, sir.
Does the board have any questions for the applicant? I guess I just have one.
Okay.
Can you give us a little bit more factual on the after-the-fact conditional use you're asking for?
I'm not sure what you need.
Well, the request is for an after-the-fact conditional use. So apparently, my understanding by reading that is you've already completed what you're asking for.
Yes.
So can you go into detail of what that is and what you done and why you done that?
Well, like I said, we put the pole barn up to have socials and stuff under originally. Now we use it, part of that, and we also store some equipment and stuff underneath it. The announcer's booth we put up so that, you know, whoever's announcing the rodeos and speed events at the time can see what's going on and call out the times. The carport is, like I said, for shade. Cattle pens are to hold cows and sheep and goats.
Thank you. Any other? Commissioner Shara.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sorry I missed your first couple comments. A couple questions. When you're talking about your rodeo, and I walked in just as you were explaining this, you said this is you're not charging for the rodeo, correct?
We charge the participants just because we give them prizes at the end of the year, at the end of the season.
So this isn't a commercial enterprise? You're not.
No.
You're not a for-profit running
No.
a rodeo? How many people attend these?
Attendance-wise, we will have around 300 people on a Saturday.
Have you talked to your neighbors about the fact that you're running a rodeo, you're putting up lights, you'll have a couple hundred people at night attending?
Well, we don't do it at night. We do practices, but we're usually done with our practices between around 9 o'clock at night. And we do not run a rodeo at night. We do it during the daytime.
I see. Okay. Have you talked to your neighbors? Just about the fact that you're going to be bringing 300 people in for rodeos and, you know, the associated lights and noise and that kind of thing?
Well, they've known because we've been doing a rodeo for a couple of years, so.
Okay, so this is not new.
No, this
You've
is
been
not
doing
new.
this. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners? All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We get the staff to come forward.
Good morning, Jen Perkins, Senior Planner. This request is for after-the-fact conditional use for uses that are accessory to a house of worship. A house of worship and uses accessory to a house of worship can be an allowable use in the low-intensity coastal and lakes district with a conditional use. This request includes 7 after-the-fact accessory structures or uses and a request for a future pole barn. So this is a site plan just to orient you. That's West Denellen Road. There's the church and associated parking. Here is the arena. The cattle pens are up here. The permitted mobile home and the unpermitted pole barn, shed, announcer stand, and carport. This is an aerial view of the subject property. It is approximately 21.6 acres, partially wooded. Let's go back. So there is a prior conditional use that was approved in 2018 for a horse arena and lighting. During that application process in 2018, a site visit revealed those 4 structures that I pointed out that are unpermitted. A condition of that approved conditional use in 2018 was that all of those structures needed to obtain permits. No permits were obtained, and the conditional use from 2018 has since expired. Permitting all of those accessory structures is a condition of this application. So we'll just go through some pictures here. This is the arena looking from the north to the south. There is off-site advertising along that fence, and that will need to be removed, and that is a condition of this application. The announcer stand, the carport, the shed, and the pole barn, and you can see the announcer stand in the distance. Looking away, there's one of the playgrounds. You can see the church in the distance, the mobile home that was mentioned by the applicant. This is an aerial from 2019. You can see there's the addition of a couple cattle pens. In 2022, different configuration, and if you look down there, you can see a fence is either already in place there all the way around, or it's starting to be built. This is from May. Again, all you see is that bottom fence, but it can be deduced that the entire area is fenced because there were cattle in the area upon the site visit. These, you can see the distances of the uses to the single-family dwellings that are surrounding. This is at the south end of the property, looking at one of those single-family residences to the south. This is at the entrance to the church, looking west on Weston Ellen Road. You can see the sign for the church, and you can see the sign for the Red Level Horsemen's Association, which, as the applicant has described, uses some of those accessory structures and uses. As far as compatibility, the house of worship is already established on site. The adjacent parcels are all developed with a single-family residence or residentially zoned. There are a number of existing trees on the site that, if retained, could provide a buffer to those single-family dwellings. A condition of the 2018 conditional use was to establish a Type C landscape buffer between the south of the arena, that use, and the single-family parcels. That condition is also included as a recommendation of this in this application. The application is consistent with the comprehensive plan and appears to be compatible with the surrounding area as long as those existing trees are retained on site and that Type C landscape buffer is established to the south of the arena. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any questions for staff? Does the commissioners have any questions for staff?
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman.
Commissioner Facemeyer.
Jennifer, I just have one question. Have you reviewed the proposed conditions with the applicant? There's 8 proposed conditions.
Specifically, I have not. I have, she has been provided with the staff report.
Okay. I plan to vote in favor of this application. However, it's very, 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 very important that the applicant is aware of condition number 5 that you mentioned earlier about receiving permits for previously unpermitted structures.
Absolutely.
Very. Thank you.
Were the conditions for the 2018 application met?
No.
There was never a permit obtained, so it expired.
So the ones for 2018 have not been met, and now they're reapplying at this time?
How would you answer that, Joanna?
So since they did not obtain the required permits from 2018, those conditions, we don't know, because they never submitted any permits for it. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scherer.
Okay. Commissioner Roy's asked my question. It was related back to the 2018, because number 5 in that particular approval was they had to permit.
Mm-hmm.
I guess look, I have no issues with the house of worship. I have no issues with rodeos. It's part of our life. I do have an issue, though, that we have a pattern that this group of folks continues to do things and then come back later and said, I'd like to get approval. You see, that is not the way the process is supposed to work.
Right.
So my only concern is that that when we approve this, assuming we would approve it, that we need to follow up and they must attain these permits or they can't use the facilities. There could be issues of safety, potable water, sanitation, runoff. It's not punitive. It's simply, there's a process in place. Fill out the permits. Consider, the noise issues. Consider your neighbors and others, and operate that way.
Joanna or Joe, do we have an avenue for that, or Madam Attorney?
I mean, if you choose to approve this, then that's a condition of approval. There's not, staff doesn't go out and check on it. It would be a condition of operating. So then if there's a complaint about this site anyway, it would go to code compliance because they haven't met that condition. So that's the status of it right now, is that's the way it works.
Okay, so I guess I understand, but I guess speaking now to the folks representing the organization, you got to do it. I mean, in not having done it in the past, having a track record of not having done it, and then not doing it, you've doubled down in the wrong way. So I would implore you, as an organization, as a house of worship and a church, to follow the procedure. They're not difficult. They're stipulated. They're clear, and that way, I think everybody's best interests are served.
Thank you.
I have an open question. This is a rodeo. What if somebody gets injured there? Does the county have a vicarious liability because they didn't step in and make?
I'm waiting till you finish your question.
Is the county, can the county be held responsible for not enforcing its codes? This thing over a period of 7 years?
No.
Thank you.
I'm just curious how non-conforming uses are handled. That's through code compliance?
Code compliance is a complaint-driven exercise, so we don't have code compliance officers or staff driving around the county looking for violations. The only way that violations are uncovered is by a report of a named individual. They can't be anonymous. Code compliance is not everything that it's cracked up to be.
Yeah, right. I see those. In your speaking and dealing with the applicant, did you ever get any understanding or reasoning of why the previous permits that were requested as part of the previous conditional use were not completed?
That is not something we discussed.
No?
No, sir. Not
Actually,
yet.
if the applicant, I'm just curious if we can know why
We're
they
going to open it up
didn't.
for public opinion in a minute. So
She's the applicant, though. Okay. Okay. I was just asking.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
the
she
chair.
can
You're
you
the
have
chair.
a time to rebuttal.
No, no.
No, you can have a seat, and you'll have a chance to rebuttal. Thank you. I'm sorry, Jennifer, go ahead.
Oh, no.
She was taking questions, so if you have any others.
I have a couple questions.
All right.
When it says on proposed condition 6, and we say we need to address the future permits for the stormwater, do we have any concern about the stormwater now, where it's at, or any of that? None?
I can't address that as
Okay.
I'm not with technical services.
Fair enough, thank you.
Thank you, since both my questions were asked. Thank you.
You're welcome.
At this time, the public portion of the meeting will be open. If there's anyone present who would like to speak on this application, please come to the podium. As a reminder, an individual will have 3 minutes and organizations have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, please address the board. If you have any documentation that you would like to be entered into record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. Our first speaker.
My name is Ellen Priest, and I live on the, what is it? The southwest end of the arena. My fence line butts up right at it. It's a great opportunity for the children in our area. My grandkids even go out there. My only problem is the lights at nighttime. They do shine in my house. So I can be in my house at dark, and it lights up through my windows. So I do have a concern about the lights, and I have a concern about the curfew of the timing. So in the past, it has been going on, but there has been times it's been like 11:30 at night, there'll be lights on during the week. They do a rodeo during the day, that's not an issue with lights, but the practice times is my problem. And the barrier, the pine trees that was in one of the photos, they're 300 feet up in the air. That's not a barrier. You saw one of the pictures of there was my house. You can see my house plain as day. And a lot of photos are taken because it is a rodeo. I've always addressed to them too, and they've tried to do it the best they could, but some people take photos and it shows my backyard, my house. And I'm out in my yard and I can actually see the photos of me in the yard of a couple of photos I've seen because it goes on social media. So I live alone and I'm a little concerned about security because there's pictures all over the media and you can see me in the yard in my house and I'm way back off the highway. So that's one of the issues too, is photo viewing. So I don't really have a privacy fence to separate that. And the sound system, so if they're doing sound systems at 7 o'clock in the morning and I'm still trying to sleep in, so when is the barrier time for sound of how loud the speakers are, so how early they can do that? That's my concerns.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name's Charles Priest, and I'm here to back the two neighbors that's just adjoining off the fence line. I'm further up by 488, so it doesn't affect me that much. But my concern is the same as Ellen's, that there should be some curfew time for lights and sound. Other than that, I think it's a wonderful thing what they're doing for the kids of the community. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Adam Crosby. That's my mother-in-law. I live right adjacent to her to the east side of her. As again, I am a big supporter of this rodeo as well. And Kathy AD, if there's any help I can do, I own Stokes Construction. If there's any help I can do to help with the permitting, I'm all on board to help y'all move through that. Again, like they just addressed, when you're standing on your back porch on a Saturday evening at 10 o'clock at night, and lights are bright. So barrier, I'll help with it. And just a time restraint in the evening is the only time I care about. If we're having big social events, in my opinion, on a Saturday afternoon, obviously they don't ride bulls or, barrel race or anything like that on every Saturday. Make sure all parties are aware. We can address it. Everybody's good, hunky-dory. I don't have a big family cookout standing there looking at lights all night. I'm good. The only other one that I could say other than that is that there's been a couple times I've had people with my son, my daughters, anything lighting off fireworks on a Saturday. And obviously they're bucking bulls right behind me. And if I want to shoot my rifles or anything like that, I should be allowed to do so. But I've had a few people holler back, hey, you better quit that. Well, that ain't going to pass. So other than that, I'll help support it, permit it, whatever I can do as far as the contractor side. Lighting, again, she was 100% correct. Biggest thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name's A.D. Priest, and I'm the president of that rodeo association and a deacon at the Baptist Church. Understand, we only put on 8 rodeos a year on a Saturday morning, and we don't start till 9 o'clock. I don't know where this 7 o'clock announcing goes, because my wife, she's the one who puts the sound system up, and she usually don't get there till 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. Most of the time it's 8:30. We do test it before the rodeo starts, but 7 o'clock, I can't go along with that. And I know there's one incident that the lights were on at 11:30, and those people, it's open to the community to use. We allow them to come use our arena. They're not supposed to use the lights unless I'm there. And we always, there might have been 1 or 2 times we gone over 9 o'clock, because we want to be good neighbors. And, I've always said we would not have any event go any later than 10 o'clock at the latest. But our practice normally is over by 9. And the lights that hadn't been on for months now because it's the time change. And we only have, from going forward, we did practice 2 nights a week. But since we started that rodeo ministry, there's been a lot of families put in their own arenas. So we don't have that many people coming now. So we have cut it back to 1 night a week. And I'm all for to do what we can to help them out, to meet their concerns. The reason why we hadn't put a buffer in yet, you know, our church, our budget for our church is $75,000 a year. We're not a big church. And our arena ministry, as you heard, it's on donations. So you know where the money comes from? It's from people that maybe donate some, but mostly it comes from the people that's got a passion to do this for the kids in our community. I retired in 2016. I took on this because I had a passion to provide something that my family, I don't know if you know, Priest is one of the first, if not the first family that homesteaded in that area. Look at the records in Citrus County. The first 2 sheriffs of Citrus County were priests. So we've been here. But I wanted to give something for our kids in our community, part of our heritage. That is part of our heritage. Cows, horses. It's just a passion, and whatever we can do to alleviate their concerns, we'll do it.
Thank you,
And
sir.
I want to address the part of the permitting. We didn't have the money to go forward in 2018. We did not have the money to resolve those issues. So we had to back off.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, everyone. Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I read through this, I looked at it. I was the interim administrator for a church, and we went through money problems worse than theirs. But when it came to following the rules, I followed the rules. I made sure we followed the rules, okay? If you went in 2018 and were told to get a permit, that's 6 years ago. It's not a year ago, 2 years, that's 6 years, okay? Code compliance, I'm very friendly with the people at Code Compliance because as past president for Citrus Springs, I would call them because you have to make a citizen's complaint and give your name with the address, or Code Compliance does not check anything. If you, and I'm not opposed to the church, I'm not opposed to what they're doing. I think it's wonderful that we have a program out there for the kids. My question was, when she had the sign up, it said that there's a horseman association. It didn't say the church, it said she read Horseman Association, right, on the sign. If it's the church, and then it's a nonprofit. If it's the Horseman Association, then they need to have a business license, don't they? And need to be paying business taxes, whether they charge people or not. They're running a business. Now, it's either the church or business. And it's either get your permits or, pay the fines. It's another instance of, well, I'm sorry I did this, and please forgive me. We need to hold people accountable. If we expect Citrus County to stay the way we want it, you have to hold the line and hold them accountable. I don't say don't vote for this. What I'm saying is think before you do, and maybe put some more conditions on that they have to follow through, and they are given a certain amount of time to either follow it through or, they get more stuff. There's got to be some way to get them to react in a positive way to the rules and regulations of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker. No, sir. Anyone else? Final call. All right, at this time, I close the public portion down. You may come to the podium and rebuttal.
Okay, if you look at our website, you will see that we do start our rodeos at 9 a.m. and we try our hardest to be done because by 5 o'clock, I'm exhausted. And I'm ready to go home. And I still have work to go do when I get home. We are in the process of purchasing plants to put a buffer more along the fence line to block their houses. I know it's been a problem in the past and we've been working on it. We're just having problems finding what needs to be back there. The staff has given us some ideas and told us, what kind of plants it needs to be. Also, the first CU permit that went through was handled by someone else in the church. They dropped the ball and did not let us know that they had not finished it until we went to, I know we were waiting at one point for a survey. When I brought the survey to the county, I was then told that the old one had expired. I did not know it had expired. Like I said, somebody else was handling it up to that point. They're no longer with the church, so that's why it was never followed through. We had been waiting on a permit. We finally, a survey. We finally got the survey, but by that point, the conditional use first one had expired. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. At this time, we'll bring the discussion back to the board for further discussion.
I'll start.
Commissioner Bramlett.
The first thing I want to say is that as soon as I started reading this application, I remembered the last application, and the fact that it was 6 years ago totally blows my mind. I feel like that was maybe like a couple of years ago because it was pretty fresh in my brain. I was kind of like digging back going, hang on, what? So, wow. Anyway, that particular church, and it's been up there forever, the priests, of course, obviously everybody knows the history. That particular church, this arena and all of that stuff serves a purpose up there. It's growing. It's actually grown just since 2018, but there are issues and there are problems. The neighbors that are around it, a lot of the things that we're dealing with this, as part of the conditional use would have been dealt with. The lighting, the sound, the barriers, those all would have been dealt with. I understand now, Miss Priest, right? So they're all a bunch of priests. I understand that it was somebody else handling it, and now there's somebody, but I feel like we've got the attention of the applicant who is currently in charge of it. What I will say is I feel like churches come in front of us and they mostly get a rubber stamp for most of the stuff that they want because a lot of it's not out of the question. This church is starting to like toe the line and get a little bit close to that line on the envelope for me. And I would just say that if this comes in front of me again and if I have the pleasure of being here again for a third time, that I would not be in favor of it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I got something.
Commissioner Gilbert.
I want to echo a lot of what my fellow commissioner just said. I fully agree that some of we're toeing the line there, and I'm glad you used that word. The buffer, I'm worried about. I'm worried about a lot of some other stuff like this. I'm not sure if I support it today, but I fully echo the statements of my other commissioner.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Shara.
It appears there's some confusion in terms of the impact on the neighbors. Look, the mission itself, the mission for youth, these are wonderful things. But we're hearing a discrepancy in the discussion between how neighbors perceive and they're being impacted and what is your intention. So number one, you got to solve that because people have a right to enjoy their home, to enjoy their privacy at night. And I think, in fact, because y'all may not be there next week or next month, it might be somebody else, that comes and is actually in that role of responsibility in your organization. I think these things need to be documented because they're guidelines. They tell the other people that are coming next what they have to do, and you got to do it. And my concern is it's 6 years. Now, I respect the fact that some people have changed and, you know, some of your folks are no longer there. Toe the line, great comment. The question is, you can't answer this directly, but it's got to be a commitment from you to follow the conditions that are set forth and to allow your neighbors to support you where they can and to enjoy their life. That seems only reasonable.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I'm in favor of this, this request, but I think we should have some conditions that are extremely specific for the shielding of unwanted light and privacy. Just allowing somebody to put up a type C buffer that consists of 2-foot-high trees that's going to take 30 years to screen something is inadequate. You know, we have to be very specific, I think, with opaque fences and shielded lights, and you know, the voluntary aspect of it has not seemed to work in the past.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I agree, there should be conditions, but is there a way that we can put a time element with the conditions?
Well, right now, there's no conditional use allowing the use. So they shouldn't be using it as, you know, for rodeos or for practices or for anything, because the use is only allowed under the conditional use. So if you, you can put some parameters. I mean, I know y'all don't like to come up with things on the fly, but I mean, you kind of heard the testimony. If you can take the testimony and turn that into some conditions, you know, will only be used between this hour and this hour, will only allow lights from this hour to this hour, loudspeakers or amplified voices can only be between this hour. I mean, based upon the testimony, you guys can try and come up with some conditions, or maybe staff can help you.
Yeah, what I heard from the
What
I heard from the neighbors was just a couple items, you know, hours of operation, lights, privacy, and maybe noise, not noise, but PA usage.
Right, so some of the suggested conditions, one of them is they must comply with the noise limitations in the Code of Ordinances. We can be more specific with that if you want to do it with hours of operation. Another condition was lighting must meet site lighting for non-residential uses. We probably would suggest maybe lighting must be shielded and meet, because obviously that's a concern. They have no permits for these lights either, so they should have got them, and a non-residential light should be shielded or direct the light only on their property and not have it, you know, spilled over on adjacent properties. So that's something that would have been handled in permitting, but we can specifically do the lights, and it's up to you if you want the hours of operation limited. You heard some testimony that 9 a.m. to, I think I heard 9 and 10.
We heard as late as 11.
Yeah, I heard 9 a.m.
Maybe that was a one-off situation.
Right, so it's up to you.
Well,
My concern is that the gentleman said that they don't have the money to do the barrier.
I was
So
just
how
about to
do
say,
we
that's my,
force compliance with that if they don't have the money?
And I'll say that
They can't.
Go ahead.
They can't use they can't have the use until they establish your conditions.
the county does have a tree preservation fund for nonprofits, if they qualify for that, lets them go to the Key Center Nursery and get free plantings. They'll have to plant them themselves, but that is an ability for them. So money is not really the thing here.
Well, it might be with the size.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if those trees are.
They're
of
the
us-
minimums, and someone suggested it is gonna take some time to grow. You're right.
All right, so we say they get free trees and they meet the class or the type C buffer. I'm still concerned with the statement of we don't have any money, and we're gonna approve, putting light shields, announcer stand, everything that's already pre-existing that's there now that they've already violated the law on. I do have a real problem with that. That's not it's not church-like, in my opinion, that they would do something like that. I understand the money part. We all have money things. I just don't know if I can approve right now. I'm a no. I can't go in favor with this. 6 years is a lot of time to raise money, and then continue to do things unconditionally, I guess is the terminology I want to use, but I don't know if I like the church, I like the ideal, the concept, everything behind it. I just don't like the 6 years. I mean, Mr. Bramlett, I'm right with you. When I read it, I went back and read it 3 times, and I'm like, really? That's 6 years. So that's where I stand on that. And I do agree if if we wanted to add some conditions, I'm not sure one of the conditions that might change my mind is if we put condition number 9 that the Citrus County Building Department would do an annual inspection or a monthly inspection to comply. Just because they pull a permit or we give them this conditional use, obviously it doesn't confirm that it's going to get done. And I'm not sure if by law if we can do that, Madam Attorney.
No, but I think I have some thoughts that might be helpful. So I think there was a thought of the church that they had a valid conditional use, and they were unaware that there were further things to be done. At least that's what I heard from the testimony. So now the church knows that they cannot use this parcel for the conditional uses until they comply with all of the conditions. So there should not be any rodeos or practices or lights or loudspeakers or any of that until they comply with all your conditions. Like, it's just, so now they know. And the neighbors know, and the neighbors know they have the ability to call code compliance if anything's going on out there that's not consistent with what they should be doing. So perhaps there's a change in understanding from before by these new folks that seem to have taken over. Or you can continue this application, just not grant the conditional use at this time, continue it until some of your concerns or thoughts are addressed. But just know, and I think they're hearing me, they shouldn't be doing anything out there because they don't have a conditional use.
Are there applications pending for the building permits and the usage right now?
I didn't hear anything like that.
I didn't think I did either.
No open building permits for the site right now.
I'm not aware. That's what taking over was an application for lighting.
Use the microphone.
Yeah. That's what it said in the report.
Apologies.
It's on.
It's on.
Okay, thank you. I'm not aware for sure. What I believe is that an application was applied for the lighting, which was denied, which because of a lack of established use that was allowed. And that spurred bringing it back for a conditional use because the first one had expired.
There's no permit for the mobile home?
The
shed,
mobile home has been permitted. The shed has not.
and the pole barn?
Has not.
And the lighting.
And the lighting? And the barrier that wasn't ever installed?
Correct, that is not in place.
Seems to be a sort of trend here. I don't know.
We're trying to come up with some suggestions. Understand, we all think the church is a great thing for the
Right.
community. That's a no-brainer. So we're trying to come up with a way to.
So can we just get back to these conditions and trying to
I think the applicant is
find-
trying to get your attention.
Come to the mic, please.
So I was under the impression that when I came and filled out the paperwork, that I was applying for permits at that time. I was never told that the permits were not part of the process that I was going through already. I thought that's what I was doing, was applying for the permits so that we could use this arena as we have it set. I was under the impression if since I'm wrong apparently, I would like for you guys to consider extending my application so that we can get this taken care of, because like I said, I thought that's what I was doing already, was applying for permits.
Okay,
So at this time, you're asking for a continuance?
Yes.
And we'll work with her on the permits. It sounds like she's got some help from a neighbor as well, so, yeah.
And the
Motion.
conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Your motion for continuance has been granted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please work with the county and let's get this resolved.
We will, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next application is AA-2024-00005. If the applicant can come to the podium as we get the staff introduction, please.
Hello. Thanks for having me. I
Okay, hold on.
commend
She's
you-
gonna
Oh,
she's gonna
sorry.
talk first, and then we're gonna cut you loose.
And say your last name, because we've butchered the heck
It's
out
all
of it.
we met. We
We
have
met.
not met, but we are meeting now. It's
All right.
French.
We've really butchered it when we talk.
It's, yeah, I've got an omelet and, yeah, a lot of Q's, people think, but it's we met, O-U-I-M-E-T-T-E.
This
The golfer.
application proposes.
Like the golfer.
Yes, I just came from Scotland and I stayed, oh, sorry.
I think,
I apologize.
This application proposes to change 2.9 acres on the Citrus Springs Unit 5 master plan. The site lies on North Sherman Drive in Citrus Springs and is vacant and heavily treed. This is looking east on North Sherman Drive with the park site on the right. This site would use the now closed golf course.
Well, I'm sorry, that obviously
It
was
was-
a bad type.
that
It's
was
not a
not-
golf course, yes.
Strike that
That
from
was
the
a
record.
leftover script, ignore that.
This is the concept plan from the applicant. Thank you.
thank you. Now, please, go ahead, state your name again and start all over
Okay.
for the record.
Good morning. My name is Chelsea Ouimet. Thank you for having me. I am doing an amendment to change it from park use to residential from 2.9 acres in Citrus Springs.
So your intent on this property is,
To make it residential and to put houses up. And still keep some greenage in there also.
all right. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Does staff have any
I
questions?
apologize.
No, that's fine. And just to clarify, up there in blue, you can see that they did change that to 1/3 acre sites. They're 100-foot average width, and instead it says 0.25 acre, it is 1/3 acre because water and sewer aren't here. We did get some public input, which you've seen, that was an objection to this. Do you have anything to address for that, or any?
I mean, there's still a lot of green acre, like land and trees and environment in that area still, like in Unit 5.
And you've seen the conditions in the staff report, although I'm looking at it and I really numbered poorly, but the 6 conditions, did you have any concern on that? Although it says 12 conditions, but that would be
No, I
bad
have no
numbers.
concern
All
on
right.
any of those.
I used Mr. Bramlett's crystal river math, even though I don't have that. Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we get the staff introduction, please?
Focus on the subdivide.
All right, I'm glad she gave us a way to pronounce her name because, boy, Liz has made it Italian when she just does it, so. Okay, so it is clearly vacant and heavily treed. This is what it looks like on the aerial. There are quite a few lots in the area that are residential. This was a tract that was not. I'm going to point that out in just a moment. I included this from the property appraiser only because it's a lot more up to date than the area you just saw. And this shows that in the area there are some houses going up. Before the previous aerial, there really weren't. On the outskirts, now you can see some houses are under construction. There's still a lot of vacant land in this particular area. And this is the master plan of that particular unit. You can see a lot of green space as well as golf course. And I do have the percentages in the staff report. And to zoom in, it's this little kind of boomerangy shaped area right here that they're proposing to change. So based on looking at the green space, it would go from 25.4% open space to 25.1% open space in this particular application. This is the site plan. I know it's not very formal. 100 feet front lot footage. That is more than the surrounding area. Most of those lots are about 80 feet. And a third acre in size. The lots in the surrounding area are generally smaller than that. And you may not be able to see, but what they've done is they've got house, 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 and then green, and then house, 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 and then green, and then house, house. So this would have to come through platting. They would have to plat these lots to create them. So they would have to formally have the surveys. It wouldn't be this hand-drawn. It would be a survey and 100-foot average width and the third acre on each one. There's not water and sewer here, so there is water, so they would have to connect to water, and they're going to have to connect to sewer if it's ever available. But one of the 6 conditions is that they would have to plat the lots. They would be subject to all other single-family residential development within Citrus Springs. And this would allow up to 8 homes. That's probably a little ambitious based on the lot size. They may only have 7 here. And that's it.
Commissioners, you have any questions for staff?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner
I'm
Sheriff.
confused as to who the applicant is. Is the applicant Citrus Hills Unit, Citrus Springs Unit 5?
No, the applicant is the property owner, Miss Ouimet. Yes.
So we have one property owner who owns these lots that are currently
She owns this tract. It's actually
this
just
tract.
a tract at this point, and they would like to subdivide it into up to 8 single-family house lots.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. So, the green space comment, what is the required green space? If somebody was coming to develop Citrus Springs, it isn't what it is currently, what would the green space requirement be? You said it's 25.4 now. If we take this out, it'll be 25.1?
Right.
And what is the green space
If
requirement?
it's a new PUD out of, not talking about Citrus Springs, but a brand new one is 20%.
20.
That's what we look for. You saw Cardinal Farms said 25, good for them for being more. In Citrus Springs, it's already developed, it's already master planned. So this was part of the master plan. So that criteria was in there to let you know that park space is valuable and we want them. By removing this, what kind of an impact might this have on this particular area? It's not, the county has no plans to develop this as park. There's tons of parks in Citrus Springs that we're not going to develop. We don't have the funds for that, and it's not county-owned. But it was designated as park on the master plan.
Thank you.
Do you know what the permitted lots that are being built, do you know what the size of those lots are compared to the lots that she's asking for?
Right, okay.
Typically 80 by 125.
Yeah, so these are larger. I have that somewhere in here. I just have to find it. These lots would be at least 0.33 acres, and in the area they're 0.23. There are some that are 0.33. Generally, they're 0.23 acres, and this is 0.33 acres in size. The same thing with the width. Most of them are 80 feet, while they require 100. There's some lots on corners that are a little different.
Great, thank you. Commissioner
On
Royce.
this thing,
Yeah,
it says C, and then if I look at the legend, it says commercial.
it's actually. Let's see what you're looking at. You're looking at this right here. It's the green.
It's actually the plat.
On the plat.
Oh, it's looking at the plat. Yeah, I don't think that's commercial on the plat. That's a tract on the plat.
So that's meaningless?
I don't know I'm sorry, which page are you looking at? What page number?
375.
375, let me grab that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 299 of 375.
I'm sorry, you're not looking at the plat, you're looking at the locator map, and that's a mistake by our locator map people. Let's clear that.
So it should have a what on it?
A V.
A P for park?
No.
V for vacant?
Right. So when we do these locator maps, it's either a V for vacant, or S for single family, or M for mobile home. C is the catch-all for everything else. We usually catch it and take it off. It shouldn't have anything for green space. It shouldn't have it at C at all.
Okay.
That's something we missed on the addressing map. It's certainly not a commercial lot, never been designated as commercial. It's been open space park like that since the beginning. There's been no changes.
Joanna, is there any entity in Citrus Springs who is charged with preserving their master plan or their vision or is there anybody that oversees what they're doing so they don't have a locomotive factory in the middle of the thing?
Their master plan is very clear, and the county does, but there is a Citrus Springs Civic Association as well. That's a
So-
private deed restricted thing that we do not work with.
So you would think that the Civic Association would have some input as to whether or not you're going to change the nature of their master plan?
They will, regardless with these people, they'll have to get a permit from, or approval from them. That's part of Citrus Springs, but that's a private deed restriction process.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wouldn't you think that that would happen before they come in here?
I don't know if that happened before or after. Again, we don't regulate deed restrictions. I know
Right.
Ms. Barrick is here anxious to speak to this, but
Yeah, like why
Yeah.
are we involved with this at all?
we're involved with this because the master plan's proposed to change. On the master plan, not deed restrictions, on the master plan, it is park, and they want to make it single-family residential. That does not assume that the Civic Association is going to approve any changes to the master plan on their end. That's a whole separate process that may or may not happen.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I just have one quick question. Like, I know this is going to kind of be, when I think about this, I liken this to the Pine Ridge. I mean,
And you saw I used the same
I know
script
that was much more contentious and what's happening and surrounding, but the golf course on the Pine Ridge master plan was a golf course. This is a park on the Citrus Springs master plan. So really, this is just a smaller version of the Pine Ridge in a nutshell. I mean, because it's conflicting. It really is. That's why I'm just trying to understand and unpackage all of this.
And each case is on its own merits. It is similar in that they both have master plans and they both have designations that are proposed to change. That's where the similarity ends. They're all unique.
So just so I understand this correctly, we can approve this today. It could go to Citrus Springs and they can deny it.
Well, you're asking for a recommendation. This goes to
Right.
the board. But yes, you're right. That is a private process that we are not involved in. The deed restriction and approval process in Citrus Springs that I'm not familiar with.
Thank you.
Right, and then on the other side of that, if it gets denied here, then there's no reason, and denied at the BOCC side, then there would be no reason to need to go to the association.
Correct.
So it's kind of like cart
Yeah,
before the
it
horse.
is a
type
little
thing.
chicken egg thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Cart horse.
All right.
I knew what you
Any
meant.
other questions for staff? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Joanna. At this time, the public portion of the meeting will be open. If there's anyone present who would like to speak on this application, please come forward to the podium. As a reminder, an individual has 3 minutes and organizations have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, please address the board. If you have any documentation that you want to enter into the record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I used to be the president. I used to get 5 minutes when I was representing them. I would like probably 4 minutes so that I can get through some of the stuff, and then if you have any questions about it. This is a copy of the deed restrictions for Citrus Springs.
Hold on one second. The board, commissioners, you okay with that?
I mean, she talks pretty fast. Everybody gets 3 minutes, so I mean,
Yeah.
it's completely up to you.
Yeah, just start talking,
All
Jen.
right. This is a copy of the deed restrictions. I did bring one for her, and I brought one in case you wanted to put it in the record. And it is all official. It is 15 pages, and that's what Citrus Springs goes by. Okay. Citrus Springs is an RUR/PUD, Planned Unit Development. And that's what we stress, Planned Unit Development. We have a parent company, Deltona. So if we want to change anything in here, it has to go, we have to bring it from the board to the members, has to be approved and approved. We take it to Deltona. Deltona has to read it. They take it to their, I forgot one. We do have to take it to our attorney before we take it to Deltona. Then it goes to Deltona. From Deltona, They take it to their attorneys. If Deltona wants to change anything, they change it, they send it back to us. It has to be approved, back to the attorney, back to Deltona. Has to be approved by the attorney, has to come back. It is a long, arduous process. To get a couple of words changed in here the other year, it took 3 years. Changing a park that is designated a park, there are more than enough platted land, individual house platted land, that there's no reason to take a park away at this point. We want you to enjoy the land. The person that did write the letter realizes we are a bird sanctuary, okay? Citrus Springs is a bird sanctuary. With all these new houses going up, if every one of those plats up there on the back side of what she is proposing got a house, where would the birds end up? They would have to go to the park area. And if she's proposing and you approve, there is no park area. It gets cut. You know, the reason that it was set up as a PUD was because they said this is where houses go, this is where duplexes go, this is where apartments go, this is where the grocery store goes. The hospital that's been, on the plans for 45 years goes on the corner of Elkham and North Citrus Springs Boulevard. And it's on the plans where Publix is going to build and have a grocery store. That's been on the plans for 45 years. To be saying, well, I bought this piece for a really reasonable price and now I want to make a cash deal and sell it piece by piece by piece. That's not what Citrus Springs was about. It was about families and houses. And yeah, .23 is a basic lot unless you're on a corner. Then it's .33, okay? And that's basic what you go through. And yes, the water, Ken Cheek would bring the water there if you do approve it, because that's mandatory from the county. And if he can't get the water to them, they're allowed to put a well in until the water comes on their street. And if you have any questions about anything, I can answer almost anything. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good job, 3 minutes.
Right on the button.
All right, anyone else? Good afternoon. Thank you.
Afternoon. Hey, I'm a little bit stiff from sitting there for so long. So anyway, I live on Aquarius,
Please
which
state
on the
your name,
map-
sir. State your name for the
I'm
record,
sorry.
sir.
Excuse me. First time at the podium. I'm sorry. David Kaywood. I live on 9569 North Aquarius, which is just around the corner from Sherman Road, the property in question. The woman picked it up real cheap on a tax deal. More power to her. I wish I'd have had that. I'd have picked it up and left it as a park, and because I didn't care, because I don't like the urban sprawl. One of the reasons I moved to this area, because there's a lot of wooded area. I can see deers come through my yard, turkeys come through the yard. The lady before me talked about the birds, and I'm in favor of keeping that. That's one of the reasons I moved into the East Citrus Springs subdivision, because it was more rural, more wooded. And now, there's a house already backing up a corner lot on Sherman, backing up to the back of this property in question on Aquarius. And so there's already one house that you talked about earlier, about the lots backing up to it being sold off. And hey, they're going to sell. They're going to sell everywhere. I mean, there's a lot of lots. I am in favor that she has put the proposal that the lots, if she does get approval, they'll be a little bit bigger. I'm all in favor of that. As far as a quarter acre, to a third acre, that's, keeps our property values up more. Because if you got a little bit bigger acreage, you're apt to have a little bit better house, and it keeps property values up. But I'm not in favor of it, but, that's the way it goes. And I thank you for your time, and I hope that you vote against it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
What did you see when you left my yard
Please state,
yesterday morning?
ma'am, please
Connie
address.
Wygant.
Yeah, please connect to us. Thank you.
Well, she left my house yesterday morning and there was a peacock. So she called and said, "Oh, look at this peacock." So she's real nature. She's told me, because I said, that's a lot of, I've never seen it like that, but I told her that's a lot of land for animals, deer, whatever. I hear they got some bears out there. I've never seen them. But. So she's going to leave as much green out there as she can. I just wanted to tell those other folks, but I got to tell you guys first so they can hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I tried to hold back the reins on this one. I'm not prepared. I'll fill it out. Michael Serwinski, address 1129 North Chance Way, Citrus Hills. People have reasonable expectations when they purchase a piece of property based on the master plan. I know you've heard this on the golf course project. You need to do your due diligence when you purchase or acquire property. I don't know how this fell out of Citrus Springs ownership or why it was not at the time of master planning deeded to Citrus County or someone else. But it is part of the master plan. You don't have to approve a change in use. You absolutely do not. The residents there had a reasonable expectations. Our forefathers of the county commission that approved this plat had a reasonable expectation that that would remain a park, whether later deeded to the county or used as a dog park or used as a future recreational area for the residents in that general area. I vote for denial on this, on those reasonable expectations of the folks that are here. We're part of the Nature Coast. They approved it as a park. I understand changes might need to be made in the future. This is not one of those. You do not have to approve this. Someone purchased it. There's property around Sugar Mill Woods that is green space around those homes that the people have reasonable expectations. That green space that's designated on the plat for Sugar Mill Woods has not been deeded to the county. It has not been placed in a conservation easement. I get calls all the time to do an evaluation of those properties. And I don't know what future plans are there for them. But really, we don't need to be increasing densities in something that was platted a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, at this time, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting. Does the applicant have any rebuttal on the public opinion?
Do I need to state my name again?
No.
Okay. So the master plan for Citrus Springs was on November 17th in 1969. There's actually a railroad that was going to go through my property. I've read papers and printed out and did all my research, and we know everyone here wants to follow the rules and do the guidelines, and that's why I came before you. I've also been in touch with the commissioner of that district, and she's on board with the growth that's coming to this county. Oh, sorry.
You can ignore
Go
that.
ahead, good.
Oh, and Ms. Schlock is on board with the growth and understands where I want, to provide housing for single families. And I would follow all the rules. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, this time the public portion is closed. We'll bring it back to the board for any discussions. I'll start because I want to ask Commissioner Bramlett a question. How would a property that's designated as a park be sold publicly, in your opinion, your professional opinion? I'm lost on that.
I mean, even Mr. Zerwinski said the same thing, so who knows? Things happen. It was 1969.
Right.
That's how it happens.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Stone?
I don't think we have a dog in this fight here. I think it should be referred to the owner to go to the property association, and if they're okay with the change of designation, then they can come before us if it's necessary again to have a ruling. But I don't think this is our fight.
Anyone else?
I mean, it's in front of us now, so it has become our fight. I have conflicting feelings on this particular property and this request. Citrus Springs is the largest subdivision in Citrus County. Over 30,000 home sites are platted out there. I don't remember what the number is. Last time I remember hearing anyone talk about it, it was like less than 25 or 30% filled to capacity. I don't know that rezoning this into more properties is an ideal fit for that community. I'm leaning towards denial just because of the master plan and the overall continuity and compatibility, and the master plan was put in place. It's a little weird to me the way that they did that little park area right there. I would love to pick somebody's brain at Deltona that had a part and a hand in that. But obviously, we don't have that opportunity. So unless somebody can say a compelling argument for me to the different, I'm going to be voting against this particular application.
Thank you, Commissioner Bramlett. Anyone else?
I'm just going to
Commissioner Gilbert.
I'm just going to echo him again. I can understand if we're maxed out in this area, right? But there's a lot of not even houses here. So I don't see an urgent need to do this now, I guess, in my eyes. So I'm not going to support it now.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilbert. Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, for purpose of a motion,
Commissioner Scherer.
if I get this one right. The Planning and Development Commission finds application number, sorry, guess I failed already, AA-2024-00005, inconsistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and Citrus County Land Development Code, and this board recommends denial of the application based on the evidence and testimony presented in the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
Second.
We have first by Commissioner Scherer, second by Commissioner Gilbert. Any further discussions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Nay. 6-1.
Mr. Chairman, this one is scheduled for the Board of County Commissioners on August 6, 2024 at 5:01 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're ready for CPA-AA-2023-00009. If we can get a staff introduction, please, as the applicant
Certainly.
comes forward.
Brenda McKenzie for CartDav LLC. This application is to amend the comprehensive plan future land use map and the LDC Atlas map. This is an aerial view of the subject property. This is a view of the subject property. The existing boat and trailer business can be seen through the trees. This is looking north on South Ponder Avenue. This is looking south on South Ponder Avenue. Ponder Avenue dead ends into Gulf to Lake Highway. This is looking across the road from the subject site at a mini warehouse business. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me okay? Okay. Good evening. No, I mean, good morning. It's been a long day. My name is Brenda McKenzie, McKenzie. I'm with McKenzie Permitting and Consulting, LLC. My address is at 7232 East Gospel Island Road in Inverness, and I have Mr. Grant Bryson. He's the owner of CartDav. Corporation, and he owns the property, and he owns the adjacent Gulf to Lake boat and trailer sales adjacent to it. The reason we've applied for this is, if we could go back a couple of shots, I'll show you. The front portion of the property, that he owns the Gulf to Lake trailer sales. I'm not real good at it. Oh, I did it. Okay, there we go. This is his property, and it's doing very well. He's already got a permit number BLD 2023-27263 that's been approved with the back piece of property that we are asking to zone from MDR to GNC. This property does have a civil engineer plan that's been approved and is in process. We would like to have this property be GNC, so his whole parcel would have the same zoning. He wouldn't have part of his property be GNC, part of it be MDR. His business is doing well, and we need the need for expansion, and that's the reason for we're developing the property that has that permit. And the back portion that we're asking to be GNC, over 50% of it is going to be an MDR, which I think they'll have in their staff presentation. It ends up being a small strip that, am I here again? This portion right about in here, that would actually be about 1,200 square feet, that would be GNC property. 12,000 square.
60
yeah,
by 200.
Yeah, 60 by 200, and the rest of it is DRA for the front property. There's an easement going through the middle of the property to access it to the other lot, and we're just wanting to clean it up that the whole site has the same zoning instead of having a compound that would have two different zonings. And we're here today to ask for the board's approval. And we're both here to answer any questions if you have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Does staff have any questions for the applicant?
No, sir.
Does the board have any questions for applicant?
I have a question. Ms. McKenzie, in looking at your site plan, it shows, and you were just talking about the particular area in the back that you're trying to change to GNC, that most of that entirety is a drainage retention area. When drainage retention areas are allowed in the residential uses if they're part of another commercial use.
Yes.
So why wouldn't you just sort of use that action that's already available to you? Why are we trying to rezone the entire parcel to GNC?
To have the whole compound have the same zoning, not to have mixed-use zoning on his whole parcel. It's an expansion of his existing business. And the DRA in the back, MDR is allowing part of that, but we're going to be combining the DRA on the other property, and then we keep the whole project and compound to have the same zoning instead of having misuse zoning on his business area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Brenda, who owns the easement? Who, is that county or?
Mr.
Duke?
Bryson? Yes, the corporation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions by the commissioners? All right, thank you. Get the staff presentation, please.
As the applicant has indicated, this application is a request to amend the future land use map and the LDC Atlas map to redesignate the application site from medium-density residential district to general commercial district to be consistent with the remainder of the business-owned parcels. This is the aerial of the parcels. The application site is outlined in blue and consists of Lot 7 and the northern 20 feet of Lots 4 through 6, which is a private easement. That area is approximately 1.58 acres, is heavily wooded and vacant. There is the mini storage that was pointed out to the west of the property. So the current zoning of the application, or the application site is MDR-MH, medium density residential with mobile homes allowed, and the future land use is medium density residential. The site of the existing business and lots 1 through 3 and the remainder of lots 4 through 6 are all designated GNC on both the future land use map and the LDC Atlas map. This is a view of the single-family dwelling on the parcel to the north of the application site. This is looking north on Thompson from Gulf to Lake, and you can see the existing business on the left. And this is looking west with Gulf to Lake on the left in the distance and the Gulf to Lake Marine and Trailers business on the right. Amending the future land use map and the LDC Atlas map to general commercial district would allow higher intensity non-residential uses to be located on that application site adjacent to a single family dwelling. No PUD was submitted with this application, which means that any uses allowable in general commercial district could be developed on that piece of property. There was a non-residential site development permit that was approved in May, and that was to expand the existing business. And that consisted of lots 1 through 7 and putting storage and display of inventory. The DRA is placed entirely in the medium density residentially zoned area. And to be clear, a DRA can be placed in a residential district without a land use change. So this is solely a request for a zoning and a land use change. Because there is no PUD, there is no master plan to adhere to. While you do have an approved site plan, that area could still be developed with any allowable general commercial use. Thank you. Any questions?
Applicant have any questions for staff? All right, bring it back to the board. Any questions for staff? Commissioner Shara.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I liked it better when I said good morning. Hey, the site plan we looked at shows that this area is a proposed drainage retention to serve the entire project.
That is correct.
By rezoning a GNC, does that tag or restriction stay with that parcel? That is a drainage retention area?
If I understand you correctly, you are asking if this application is approved, if it has to stay a drainage retention area. Is that your question?
Yes.
It does not.
So in the future, it could be any other uses that are permitted under GNC could be located here.
Correct.
If any other uses were located, though, they would have to have sufficient buffer in accordance to the LDC. They would have to follow the steps of the LDC.
Yes, they would have to meet all LDC standards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shara. Anyone else? I just got one.
Mm-hmm.
Lots 1 through 7 was permitted.
Mm-hmm.
So the permit was approved for what they want to do.
Correct.
Why are we here? Why do they want a land change if we already gave them permission to do what they want to do?
That is not a question for me.
No. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, at this time, public portion of the meeting will now be open. If there's anyone present who would like to speak on this application, please come forward to the podium. As a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes and organizations have 5 minutes. When speaking on this application, please address the board. If you have any documentation that you want to be entered into record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary.
Good afternoon, Janet Barrick, Cedar Springs.
Good
All right, when
afternoon.
I read through this thing, the only thing that jumped out at me, are they gonna join the property number 7 to their commercial property so that they get one tax deed? And is that why they're asking for this land change? Because I know, once it's joined or married, once they go to the property appraisers, they can't divide it. And that's what I'm wondering, is that what they're trying to do, is make it, or are they gonna try keeping it a separate thing and say down the road something happens, they separate it and then they use it for a commercial property for something else? That's the only question I have.
Thank you. Anyone else? Brenda, would you like to rebuttal the public?
I was waiting my turn. Mr.
Oh.
Tyson wants to speak.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Barnes, I just want to address your question on why we're here applying for this. My understanding is technically, as MDR, we cannot use it for commercial purposes. So that 60-foot strip of land that abuts to the eastern part, we'd not be able to store trailers or travel upon it for commercial uses. So what it gives us at the north end of it, contiguous commercial land, just to be able to go from the east lot to the west lot. Similar to, we applied 10 years ago when we bought the original land to have the last 150 or 200 feet changed from MDR to GNC.
So is it going to continue to stay 2 parcels, or is it going to be 1 parcel?
It is actually 3 parcels. The lot that we're talking about is actually 2 parcels. There is a lot in the front corner. My intention right now is to not combine them into 1 parcel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You can address that, Brenda.
Yeah, I'd be glad to, thank you. The reason for, it's just clearing it up so you don't have a complex that's got different zonings on the property. I don't know if you can see very well, but I mean, without doing math, about 60% of it is the DRA that we do have a permit on. It's going to be built, but there'll be this small strip in between that DRA and the rest of his project that if you're out there and you're in the same yard, it would just give it all the same commercial. And it's going to be built, so it isn't, in order to, you'd have to tear the DRA out, remove it. It would make the front part no longer be valid. If you're gonna say, okay, now it's GNC, you can do whatever you want. But we already have a civil engineer permit issued showing that part. It's really to clear the whole thing up so it's one clean project for a very successful, respectful business person that he won't have different zonings between that DRA and the rest of his complex. But if the concern is like, oh, we give you GNC now, you can fill the hole in, and it would make the whole property not valid, because the DRA on his site over here, that on his site that's in progress, is being moved over into here. So it's tying the whole property together as one parcel. So I hope that clears it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll bring the discussion back to the board for any discussions. Commissioner Bramlett.
So, I completely understand what he's trying to do there. I think that they're going about it a little more complicated than it should be. Personally, I think really what's happening is not trying to just clear up the 2 different land uses on one particular property use, really, because, I mean, it can happen, it happens. There are properties that are out there. What we're dealing with is they want to be able to utilize that little strip of land over there on the side for commercial purposes. The problem is when you come in front of this board without a PUD and you want to get a GNC upgrade on an upzoning on the properties, this board, in my opinion, in the past, has never approved that, only one time that I can ever think of. So I think, in my opinion, a PUD should have been, or at least a proposed PUD, including the current site, should have been put together. A little bit more detail. They've already got the approval over here on the left side for lots 1 through 7. The DRA, that is what they're asking for it. They're really just trying to get that little 12 by 600 or whatever he said it was on the side over there. I think, if I understand that correctly, and that's what they were trying to do, I would probably be in favor of it. But as it sits with no PUD and no guaranteed or assurances, then I'm going to be against it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bramlett. Anyone else? Well, I'll just echo what Commissioner Bramlett said. Everything he said was pretty close to what I was going to say, and I would not be in favor with it without the PUD as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Shara.
Listening to the applicant and reading the information, the issue of the PUD notwithstanding, it seems like we're making this process more complicated than it needs to be. And I would be in favor of this application, seeing that the land is owned by one owner, that there is a ongoing business immediately to the east and immediately to the west, and the redesignation as GNC makes it very clear what the options in the future would be. So I'm not sure that I'm totally following the need to have the applicant go back and complete another process for a PUD. So at this point, I'm in favor.
Thank you, Commissioner Shara.
I agree with Mr. Sheriff.
Commissioner Royce. That was it?
But I would just say that he said he's not intending on making this all one parcel. So tomorrow something happens. Who knows what happens? And listen, I understand Ms. McKenzie, and I understand Gulf to Lake, the applicant, Cart Dev, but things happen. Who knows what may happen? Now you have an entire parcel that's zone GNC with no PUD or nothing on it. Somebody could buy that piece of property and go in there and do something way more intense on it than we would ever allow at this particular meeting. And that is the stopgap or the safeguard that the reason for the PUD or the proposed PUD is.
I think that the guy has a successful business that's well established, and for him to not use it for his intended purpose would be a disservice to him and his business. I think that he would probably want to expand his business for a better overall presence. And I don't see him selling it to put it in a dollar store or something. It does nothing for him.
Mr. Chairman, but let's just say that he did. He's the owner of the property. It is zone PD or GNC. What further protections does a PUD provide in that particular case? Because the options available to the landowner under the LDC describe quite clearly what you can do with a GNC. What I'm looking for is what are the unintended consequences we're looking to protect against? He may sell it tomorrow. I mean, he doesn't know, and he can't make any commitment to that. He's a business owner. What are we trying to accomplish? I guess that's what I'm missing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Looking for a motion.
For the purpose of a motion, the Planning and Development Commission finds application number CPA AA 2023-00009 consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends approval of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based on the evidence and testimony presented, and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
Second.
We have first by Commissioner Shara, a second by Commissioner Royce. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir. I would just say that we need to sort of keep in mind we've had multiple business owners, and whether they're reputable or not. I mean, obviously, Gulf to Lake's been here. It's an asset to the community. I'm not taking or saying anything derogatory about that. But if you're going to say that it's a reputable business owner and that's what's going to sway you from making a decision today that is different than anything that you made in the past, for all of the other business owners that have come in front of us that didn't have a PUD and we didn't approve, and I can remember them. I don't remember exactly which ones, but I know that it has happened. We've had them in unanimous decision where a business owner would come, hey, we understand what you want to do, but you're not locking in to this particular application that is what that property is going to be used for and can only be used for. With an approval of that being GNC, he could put that property on the market tomorrow, and that entire property will be used for something completely different than it is already proposed for. And that, in its nutshell, is the reason why I'm against it.
Anyone else?
I'm going to agree.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Gilbert.
I'm going to agree again with my colleague to my right. I do fear, again, it has nothing to do with the reputation. Obviously, again, great company. But like you said, if someone tomorrow, the owner decides to sell it, again, we could look at something way more out of control for that piece of property than it should be. Not saying that's the intention, because I don't believe it is, but there's room for that potential. Yeah, I don't think I can support it just on that.
My only point of making the comment in supporting the motion is in the LDC, the GNC is very, very particular in what the allowable uses are. And we could have something with greater intensity than a boat trailer business. And I'm not even thinking to this particular owner. To your point, it could be sold tomorrow, could be resold multiple times. But I believe what I was hearing is, and what I've read, is the LDC is very descriptive in its terms of the GNC and allowable uses. So that's the reason for my motion.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Stone.
You know, we have resisted approving these type of changes without a PUD. But in this particular case, this particular piece of property is surrounded on both sides by the applicant's own property, as well as, you know, a major arterial throughout the county. So I think the propensity for anything changing with respect to what he wishes to do with this piece of property is very minimal. And like my colleague said, you know, we've gone through a lot of jumping through hoops to make this change, which I think is relatively minor.
Thank you. Commissioner Facemeyer, you have anything to say?
I plan to support this. If the property were to change hands tomorrow, and the new owner decided to establish a different use or different business there, as long as it met, you know, county codes, you know, it can happen, you know. I don't have a problem with this.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
4-3, passed.
Thank you.
All right, next we're going to have AO 2024-00004, but we would like to have a 5-minute recess for a bathroom break. And Mr. Facemeyer will probably be leaving us at this time.
Slip out. I know you'll miss me.
Good luck.
Thank you. I will take all the good luck that I need.
You guys,
Godspeed.
I bless you all running.
Wait,
That's fine.
your office is supposed to be
I was about to say, we'll just wait for you to
supporting us
leave the
lunch
building. We'll
today.
text you. I'm like, oh, God, I gotta come back.
Are you gonna go get his lunch and come right
Oh, that's
back,
cool.
right?
Yeah.
None of the above, I'm gonna go take care of some fires,
Large pizza.
This is an amendment to the,
because there's always.
Joanna, are we ready or we wait?
yeah, it's the plating standards, it's the,
There's fires. There's always fires. This is about, if you know.
I'm gonna be quick. I want out of here too. I'm hungry.
It's the end of the world.
All right, now,
Bang you, Ben.
so basically,
All right.
all right, welcome back.
Okay, thank you.
OA-2024-00004.
Application by the counties. This should be short and sweet, but, by the way, August, both meetings, two applications each meeting. So it won't be like this, okay? But thank you for sitting through such a long meeting. So this is a result of a new Senate bill that the Florida legislature passed. I am not a fan. I'll make it very clear on that. I'm not a fan. It's Senate Bill 812, and I put a copy in your packet. What it does is require all local governments, if you have more than 10,000 people, which is everywhere, that you have to allow issuance of building permits before final plat. So before the lots are created, we have to allow them to have half of the permits that they want in a subdivision before that. Now, they can't sell it, and they can't get a certificate of occupancy, but they can get a permit and construct all the way up to final before the lots even exist. That really puts us in in a bad way. So that's why I'm saying I do not like this. I don't have there's nothing I can do about it. It's what the legislature has passed. So as a result of that, we have right now 3 stages of making a lot. We have a preliminary plat, which is just a conceptual, pretty picture. We have improvement plans where we're getting all of the nuts and bolts. They're doing the soil borings, they're doing fire hydrants, water lines, utility lines, roadway surfaces, everything. That's the real guts of it, the engineering. And then we have a final plat where it goes to the county commission and they formally approve it because all the infrastructure is in place, or they provide us a bond, and then they can go forward. That's gone. So right now, what this does is takes the preliminary plat and the improvement plans, the engineering, and makes it one particular message. So we're going to have two stages instead of 3. So that's what's happening here. What I've done is combine them, preliminary plat and / improvement plans. There's a reason I didn't call it just preliminary plats. It's because of our fee schedules. Our fees are very different for the improvement plans. Those are engineering, fire, and utility heavy. They have their own fee schedules for improvement plans. So by combining it like this, right now, we don't have to rush and go ahead and get a new fee schedule. Eventually, I'm sure they'll make one. But this goes into effect October 1st, so the clock is ticking, so we're trying to get this done now. Nothing has changed. It may look really frantic on the cross-out and underline. It is exactly the improvement plans and the preliminary plat squashed together into one thing. Now, there are 2 very small changes, and I'm going to point them out so you don't think I'm messing with you, because I'm not. The first thing is on page 352 of your packet about security. This is the bond they have to give us if they haven't built all the infrastructure, but they want to go forward with the final plat and get it recognized. Right now, we require 115% of the construction cost. The statute allows us to go 130, so I'm going to do it, 130. Okay, so that's the one change. The other change is when you see the preliminary plats and what's required, and it's on page 338, you'll see plans shall be provided in a digital format, including blah, 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 blah. It's a bunch of CAD and DNG format and GIS-shaped files. That's not my language. We had some outdated stuff from the dawn of time prior to GIS, and GIS wrote this for me. So this is what they're looking for on plats. They're already doing it, but this actually codifies those particular standards that mean nothing to me other than it makes GIS happy, and so we're good. So we did have a part of this application that included some stormwater changes. They were very drastic. The Builders Association had some concerns. We yanked that off. That's not coming before you in any way. Whether that'll even come before you in the future, I don't know. But all this does is combine those two processes because the legislature has forced us to do so. Now, I did make a statement in there, in the bill, it does allow up to 75% of the lots have to be permitted, but that doesn't go into effect until 2027. This has put every local jurisdiction in a loop, trying to figure out how to deal with this. I have no doubt the legislature is going to change it in a lot of ways between now and 2027. So I didn't put in a 75% provision come 2027. Kept that out. I'm sure this is going to come back to you for what they pass next year and the year after to try to address this, because we're all scrambling. This is really hard. We're going to be permitting lots on streets that we don't recognize and lot numbers that we don't recognize. So we're having to make dummy lot numbers, get street names quickly approved, but they won't be there yet. Very, very difficult for local governments. So I'm sure there's going to be changes because we're all really scrambling with this one. That's it.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Why should the county have to scramble to make dummy lot numbers and dummy lot names? Why shouldn't the developer do that?
They don't have the access to that database, so they're going to be proposing a street names. But as far as the assigning of lot numbers, that's actually something that's done by the property appraiser, and we're working with them in GIS. We're the ones that tell them, okay, that address based on that street name is bleh. And they'll tell us lot 1, lot 2, lot 3, but they don't exist yet.
Right.
So we're going to have to come up with dummy numbers, put them in. Then once they actually plat it and it exists, then the property appraiser will change it to that new number. So they're temporary numbers. It's just
Right. The only thing I'm thinking, though, is, and obviously the legislature has usurped us on this. We're voting in favor of this. You're just basically here telling us. I mean, I guess we don't have to vote in favor, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just trying to understand
right.
how we can lessen the burden on the county.
Yeah, and
Because it shouldn't be put to the county level. I feel like if they're going to do their 50 and 75%, then it should be on them to figure that out and to come and tell you guys, hey, this is what we anticipate doing.
I wish. The bill did not give us any flexibility. It even has a statement in there that the county may have to provide dummy numbers. Yeah, we know.
Okay.
I appreciate it, and I do. If you don't pass this, or the commission doesn't pass this, then we're stuck, because then we have to approve them at preliminary plat where we haven't done any engineering. I definitely don't want that. I don't want to issue permits when we have done no engineering and nothing in place, because preliminary plats right now are conceptual only. So this at least forces the hand that they have to be starting the infrastructure, they have to be bonding the infrastructure, all that has to be approved by fire and utilities and engineering, and then they can get their permit.
Remember the Brentwood gentlemen when they came in front of us? I feel like I remember they wanted to start building before they had final plat
Model
and stuff
homes,
like that.
yeah.
And we said no because obviously the legislator didn't say yes.
Right. Well,
then.
the commissioner, I think this was us, but the commissioners approved 40 model homes in Brentwood prior to final plat. So on those, we're already doing it, but it's unusual. Most don't
That's
get that.
basically what we're doing here.
But 50% of any
50%,
subdivision.
yeah, they
Right,
did
so
40.
Cardinal Farms, before 300 units can come
Yeah.
in before the lots even exist and get a permit.
So really, it's on the developer. They better have their ducks in a row and their I's dotted and T's crossed if they're going to start scratching dirt and putting up improvements that it is where they say it is. So they and their surveyors and their engineers, they better be.
Right, and they can't sell them. The bill says they can't sell it yet.
Right.
But some people will have contracts, I'm sure. But you're right, is it in the right place? And the infrastructure won't be there. So, you'll be going down dirt roads as an inspector going, where the heck is this particular site? It has some problems. There's a tiny little disclaimer in there that the county's not liable if this doesn't work or something, but
That's
not
the only
a fan.
thing I would be worried about is something that the state did in their infinite wisdom, then affecting the county and costing the county money, which actually costs the taxpayers money.
It could, and the bonding of the 130% is huge, because if they disappear, we have that ability to put the improvements in place. But as you learn for like Inverness Village 4, for example, that the costs have raised astronomically since that was built. So the 130 may not cover it next year even. So I don't like it. Nothing they can do about it. It's passed, and it's the way it is.
Joanna, as I read through this, my interpretation was you're attempting to move more obligations on the developer during the preliminary plat, which makes perfect sense since, since they're taking away some of your other leeway in terms of executing. Can you even make this can you impose more obligations on the developer for the preliminary?
That's what we're doing, because the statute the new bill says that the preliminary plat is where they get their permits, half of
Right.
their permits. So that's why we're cramming all of the engineering review into the preliminary plat stage. Can I do anything more for the county? I think I've done everything I legally can with the way the bill's written.
If I was a developer, I wouldn't like this at all, because it imposes on me to spend much more money in the early phase before I've got a lot of the, I can't go down a progressive set of steps and make continued investment. Here, I've got to do almost all my engineering. So 8 to 10% of my entire project is going to be spent in this preliminary plat phase, as compared to, so
Right.
they may in fact not be all that happy with this either.
Well, obviously it was driven developer-wise. This was developer-driven, but you're right. There's probably some that hate this, but I'm sure there's others that don't, because they can start permitting now and they don't have to wait for their surveyors and wait for their engineers. They can go.
Well, I thought that, okay, maybe I misinterpreted them, because the obligations you're going to impose on the preliminary plat requires a substantial amount of engineering,
Right.
particularly in site
It
prep.
does, and that's usually the second phase. But what this bill says is that once you have that approved, that engineering, which you would need anyway, you can get a permit now before we go to the final plat stage, which is the final surveying and the final approval. So it's a jump start on building permits. You're right, as far as engineering, the same amount of engineering needs to be done, period. But in this case, it's not that second phase, it's right up front, but then they can get their permit right away, rather than waiting for the surveyor and the county commission to make the lots.
Okay, I'm still not understanding, because you've combined the first two steps into one.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, by the time they get to the end of the second step, they can apply for their permit, correct?
Per this bill, 50% of the lots, yes. Right now, no. Right now, you can't get a permit until the lot is a lot of record. It's gone to the final plat
Okay,
stage.
so that's the key.
Yes.
That is the
This is
key.
a jump
Okay.
start
It's
ahead
not
of
the amount
final
of work
plat.
in engineering, it's the fact that once they can actually go and plat up to 50% and permit up to 50%.
Right. So what this does is require that engineering before permit issuance, which is what I was really concerned about. I want to make sure that the infrastructure is in place. If we're going to have to issue 50%, we want it in place.
Gotcha.
Is there a timeline for that to happen?
There's a lot of timelines in here. It speeds up building permits, period. But they can't. It's a typical building permit go, which is the new other statutes. This bill was particularly for the platting, so we're not going to hold things up for final plat.
I see why you don't like it.
I do not, but I'm not the only one. I'm sure you ask any county in the state, they're going to say the same. That's
What
why I
about-
suspect it'll change.
So what about the environmental permitting aspect of this? In the work that they're doing here now in the preliminary phase is going to be required for them to get through their permitting process. I'm talking about underlying environmental permits, storm, sheet flow.
Already required, but part of improvement plans. It's part of that second stage. Now it's scrunched together. It's required up front. So the biological survey and gopher tortoise removal or whatever is still up front. It's still in the improvement plan stage, but in this case, it's the first stage and not the second of 3. It's the first of 2.
So can you impose phasing? Let's just say one of these 1,000-unit developments we've been talking about, will they be able to go through this process in phases?
Absolutely, that hasn't changed.
Okay, so we don't have to view it as the whole 1,000 units.
The legislature's not that clear on that. It says 50% of a subdivision or a PUD or a master plan. So you could argue and get around things and say, I want to do 100 lots, so you have to give me 50. And now I'm going to do another 100, so you have to give me 50, even though they may have 300 total. There's a way around it. I don't like, again, the writing. But overall, if I was a builder, nothing's changing other than I have a fast jump to building and not getting my CO, but getting all my inspections before I did the final plat, that final stage.
Got it.
The regulations as far as stormwater, utilities, they're all there, but they're now part of the upfront stage.
Is a contractor obligated to obtain those, if applicable, federal, state, or local environmental related permits before they can?
Yes,
get
it's
the
already
building
required
permit?
as part of improvement plans. So yes, that would be part of the improvement plans have to be approved. So if, for example, they've got to go for tortoises on the site, that has to be done before they can do any breaking ground on that infrastructure.
So that, in fact, could also help drive the timeline out.
It could, but it's already regulated now. It's already in place now. It didn't change anything. You already are required to do it.
Okay.
So it doesn't, plating it just condensed from 3 steps to 2. The same steps are there. I know, clear as mud. Sorry, I'm editorializing. This is a tough one. And I suspect we'll be back for it before you again after next year's legislation, but we'll see.
So are you ready to send this on to the BOCC?
Yes, I absolutely am, because this goes into effect October 1st, so we need to get going on this.
And you need a motion, right?
I do need a motion. I need a motion for approval.
public input first? We have one person in the,
Mr. Zawinski, did you want to talk about this one?
I mean, I'm not thinking he didn't stay here just to hear us talk.
Just a question. I haven't studied this, I haven't looked at the bill. I'm sorry, Mike Serwinski, professional address, 2716 South Lecanto Highway. So I see the two extremes, the villages, I've worked on their projects. They're building homes and platting a square acre at a time, 640 acres. They're doing it in 3 months. They're building homes blocks at a time. Then I see Inverness Village 4, and also the Homosassa project, that those low-income homes right along Grover, Cleveland, that had some sewer issues because they built the homes before the tie-in of the sewers. They had an issue there. So the villages, I understand that. Inverness Village 4, what's the liability, for instance, if you're getting permits before the final plat to build 50% of your homes on lots that aren't addressed? What's the liability if, let's take an extreme, sewers need to be matched up if they're gravity? What happens if they don't match up? There's some fixes and stuff. Is that that's on the developer, I assume? You don't know, huh?
Well, it's legislation, so we have no say in this. This has been passed without our input and without our approval. So there is a very small clause about liability. Let's see, an applicant must indemnify and hold harmless the local government, its government bodies, its employees, and its agents from liability or damages resulting from, and then it goes on. So it's here in the legislation.
Okay.
Do I have warm fuzzies about it? No.
Yeah.
Can it hold up in court? Who knows? That's why I'm sure this is going to come back before the legislation and change again.
Because
But
IV4,
different animal.
that's the question. Who's responsible for the streets?
Well, we didn't have the stages we have now where we have the improvement plans and the bonding, et cetera. If we would have had that, that was
Okay.
before any of us, but
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, for the purpose of the motion.
Commissioner Bramlett.
The Planning and Development Commission finds application number OA-2024-2024-00004 consistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and the Citrus County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends approval of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based upon the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
Second.
We got a first by Commissioner Bramlett, a second by Commissioner Gilbert. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
all right, guys, next month, two applications each meeting, so it won't be so bad. We hope. I'm not gonna promise that. So thank you for your patience today. It was a lot.
Mr. Lanner, you have anything to add?
I just wanted to ask, I hope everyone's enjoying the tablets instead of the multi-hundred-page binders. I just want to get some feedback from you on that. Is it working okay?
Getting used to it.
Okay, good. I know Chris enjoys not making
a tree.
Yeah, exactly. I think she gave me some math on how many boxes of paper she used for each one of these meetings, so it's pretty staggering. So
Yeah.
anyway, thank you for being open to the concept and participating.
Well, thank you for getting it, because it's a lot easier to carry.
It's a lot easier
Good,
than the
that's
papers.
good, good positives then, that's good.
Yeah.
And we're saving
Alright.
trees, so I'm cool with that.
Now, our county tablets aren't working, but they're up in systems again.
Well,
Motion
adjourned.
adjourned.
Yay!